Wrong button. I'm at this button. Aha! I can press the right button. Hey everybody. How's it going? Happy Thursday. You gotta update your screen there. It still says Mortdog TFT for YouTube. Yeah, technically that still works for whatever because you can't change the like channel name at its core, but you can change, you know, so I do need to update it though. I actually just got a updated piece of that artwork I'd always used. My artist actually reached out and was like, hey, I can update this, which was great. So got that going, which was great. So yeah. I have to admit I'm sad no TFT on Mac OS. I mean, yeah. From what I saw, though, I saw 2 rioters reply that they're working on it, so I imagine it's a priority for them. But, yeah. How's your day so far? My day's been good. Well, okay, so my day was weird in that it started off like, okay, I've got these 3 meetings and then I'm going to stream. Great. I'm like, that's what I'm going to do today. I go out, I walk my dog. It's raining and starting to thunder, and I'm like, okay. So I go inside, I go upstairs, and on Discord, I'm like, hey guys, hope my power doesn't go out. Literally, I pressed enter on hope my power doesn't go out. Lights start flickering. We're out of power. So we're out of power for a month, and my wife starts doing the thing she usually does, which she's like, oh no, what do I do? So I like take her car out of the garage since I'm here, make sure it's ready for her appointments. I drive into town where I can get cell phone reception to message the first meeting that like, hey, I can't be there a month. I meant an hour. Sorry. That I can't be there because of thunder. And then I come back and then we get power back. So everything's good. Then I joined the meeting. And then I had 2 other meetings this morning. So, you know. Yeah, it was just a weird morning, but everything's done. Everything's good. And that was the thing. I had all these morning meetings. So it was like, why work on my game for half a day? Though it was tempting because my VFX artist just gave me his first batch of VFX. And so I want to like get those in, but I'm like, I'll do it tomorrow. That'll be my thing tomorrow. Our office lost power on half the floors. Yes. See. Oh yeah. Insane heat wave and wildfire stuff in Canada right now. Yeah. So Dino was telling me about this, that like there's the heat wave or the cloud from the smoke from the Canada fires. So, hey Mort, I hope you're doing well. I am going to school for game development and animation. I have a solo game dev, but lately I've been struggling with doing the whole pipeline myself, specifically questioning using AI for coding, making me second guess my journey. I was wondering if you had any advice about feeling guilty towards using AI as code for a solo dev. I don't think you should feel guilty about using AI. It's a tool, but what I will tell you is the important thing is not the result. It's your getting better and learning the thing. And what I have noticed about AI that has me nervous is it won't make you better at the thing. So for example, if you're using AI to code, sure, fine, do that. But you're not going to get better at coding by doing that. So you have to be careful. And like, if you really want to get better at your craft, and so my belief is that people who are already good at the thing, AI will multiply them. But if you're not already good at the thing, careful. Just be really, really careful. That's all. That's my 2 cents on that. Venom, appreciate the 13 months, and Reddy, appreciate the gift sub. Thank you. I've heard you're playing TFT2 today. Yeah, so my plan is there's a video one of my mods wanted me to react to. I'm going to do that first. Then we're going to play this new indie game that I heard about today that Nature's helped with. And then we'll see how long that lasts. And then and then I wanted to react to some of the Jason videos somebody talked about last stream, because those look like really good things to react to. I haven't watched any of them yet. I purposely was like, these look good, I should wait so that you get my legitimate reaction. And then that would be that. So, yeah. I use AI for writing scripts, but I make it a point to have it explain to me every script line so I can learn. Yeah, that seems solid. That's all. Most a React streamer now. I mean, is that still a thing? Like, do people even call it React streamer anymore? I feel like that term is like 2020. So, are you ever going to play League on stream ever? I'm willing to play League on stream, especially like League Classic and stuff like that. But I feel like it won't be that entertaining. It's like, yep, that's a gold player playing League. cool, I guess, you know. So is that worth it? I'm down to do it, you know. So, but oh, there was a Mort drink Pepsi, by the way. So, are you playing Guildrun? Yeah, like I said, literally that's the thing I'm gonna play today. We're gonna do. In fact, here I'll boot up the React video. We'll do that first, and then we'll start playing Guildrun. So that's what we'll do. Mort Dog for Streamer University. That seems like a circus, man. The Streamer University thing seems like a frickin' circus. I do not envy anyone who has to deal with any of that stuff. That seems insane. All right, I have not watched this video, but this is what we're gonna react to first. We're gonna see what this is about. The video is called Obsidian Got Fallout Back. So, I don't know, and we'll see how it goes. This is the first thing. So, curious to hear your thoughts since we're doing some similar stuff with our board game Auto Battler. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Pomegranate, appreciate the 37 months, by the way. Excited to see what you're cooking up with your solo project. Oh yeah, trust me. Like I said, every day I just want to talk about it. Like, yeah, some good progress on Wednesday. All right, here we go. Let me know about the volume, by the way.
All right, let's go back to March 2021. Microsoft just purchased ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. Reports come out that Bethesda is still in charge of their IP, though. Everything has to go through Todd. So 5 years go by. The Fallout TV show is a huge hit. Fallout is just more popular than ever. But
Okay.
5 years have gone by. And the only way to play new Fallout content is through Fallout 76 updates. No new...
By the way, it's my hot take that, like, this is my hot... You can't hear? Really? Is it too quiet? I can turn that... I paused just now. Quiet video audio. Okay, I'm turning it up. It's my hot take that we're at a point where, like, video games should not be taking more than 5 years. Like, I don't know. I still don't believe any video game. There are exceptions if, like, you know, you have the budget and you're doing, like, your Grand Theft Auto 6s, but, like, 99.999% of games should not be taking 5+ years.
New game has been greenlit, and Fallout 5 won't come until probably the late 2030s. Now, Xbox has been run by a gamer for over a decade, and things have never been worse. Phil gets replaced by Asha, who is notably not a gamer, and Asha takes a look at Xbox's most popular IP and sees Fallout and Elder Scrolls haven't had a release in 11 and 15 years.
Which is wild.
You know, real actual releases. So
Wild.
Asha goes online and sees fans do in fact still love these franchises, and within a couple of months of being in charge, has seen the most obvious move available to them and acted on it. And I kinda see it like this. At the top you have Xbox, and then there's Bethesda Game Studios and Obsidian. Bethesda has their IP with Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Starfield.
So, one weird thing, though, this is something that I think the internet, it's hard to accept for people, but when they're like, oh, this is our most popular franchise, that's true. But the problem with sticking with the same franchise that you've had since 2000, 2010, or even 1990 is that your audience becomes 30 and 35 and 40. And really what you actually need is the new audience as well. You need the, like, 15-year-olds, 20-year-olds, right? And, like, how many 15-year-olds are fans of Fallout? How many 15-year-olds are fans of Skyrim, right? Like, that's the big challenge. And so, like, yes, it's a good franchise, but you know, you got to keep having those entries so that the audience keeps growing and keeps having the same thing. Otherwise, you end up stuck. So,
Field. And then Oblivion has a whole bunch of things going on over there, including 2 mystery projects.
Yay, mystery
now,
projects.
Of course, the head of Xbox was Phil Spencer. And I think Phil would think to himself, I'm going to go and find out what my developers are doing. So he would come down to Bethesda Game Studios and he would, you know, knock on the door. And of course, Todd would come out and, you know, these guys are good friends.
Okay, this presentation is great, by the way.
And I imagine Phil would be curious about what's going on with the various projects over at Bethesda. You know, he would ask how Elder Scrolls is going. And I'm sure Todd would lie and say, you know, they're getting there. You know, everything's moving along nice and smoothly. You know, Phil might come down here and then he might just walk past that one. And you'd come over here and you'd say, well, what's going on with this one, Todd? And Todd would be like, oh, well, that one? Oh, we're doing more with that one than we ever have before. Like, Phil, have you tried Fallout 76 recently? And we can only assume that Phil would be satisfied with this conversation He'd be like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're doing so much with Fallout."
I do love the YouTubers like who have never been in the corporate world trying to imagine what a corporate conversation is like. Um, when I was at Nintendo as a junior, they would have these closed door meetings where all the senior people would have go in the meeting, and sometimes they'd even like close the blinds so you couldn't see what they're talking about. And I remember thinking like, oh my god, these must be the most insane meetings, all the bigwigs talking. And then, fast forward 6 years, I get to be in these meetings because I'm a director or whatever, and they're just the most mundane, boring, like, this is what our current staffing budget is. And it's just like, this is not where the decisions get made. Oh God, what have I done? Why am I in these rooms? Like that. Corporate. It's not my world, man.
Todd, oh, I can't wait to see Elder Scrolls. I can't wait, Todd. He'd probably get a good whiff of Todd's aura while he's there. And he'd walk his happy ass right back to Xbox and just do nothing. Todd would wipe his brow because he dodged another bullet from what could have been, maybe some management coming down on him. And he'd walk his happy ass back into Bethesda and continue to do nothing as well. But eventually you can't run a business like this, and Phil got tossed out.
I mean, the part that he's a little off on is like, really what's happening is more like, imagine you're like 2 or 3 years into this and everyone's sort of like, hey, this isn't going as well as we want, but we're 2 or 3 years deep into this. And so everyone ends up in this sunk cost fallacy where they're like, yeah, you need to do better. Yeah, you need to move, but they don't know what to do about it. And so it's just like, they kind of aggressively like shout at each other and whatever. But like, what are they going to do? Cancel it? Like, no, they've spent 3 years or 5 years or 8 years on this thing. Like, and so sunk cost fallacy becomes a big thing, and then they just don't know what to do. That's the bigger thing.
This is when we got Asha, and while she might look friendly on the outside, I think there's a little something going on in there. Asha does not like inefficiencies. So when Asha took over Xbox and, she was thinking about what her developers were doing, I imagine she eventually made her way over to Bethesda Game Studios and, knocked on the door. Todd came out and he thought, oh, this will be an easy one, right? Asha started asking questions, hey, Todd, where's this one at? Todd probably tried his bullshit answers, which, that may have gotten him somewhere with the Elder Scrolls because they are in production and everything like that. I'm sure Asha was a bit more understanding when it came to something that they're actively making, at least. But eventually you have to imagine that Asha came over here and was like, well, Todd, I see a lot of people online like this one. And so Todd thought, I've done this a million times. I can dodge this one again. Well, you see, Asha, we're doing more with Fallout than we ever have before. Have you seen 76? And Asha probably turned to him and said, yes, Todd, I have seen Fallout 76. It's not your greatest work, I wouldn't say. Todd, we have another studio with a lot of people that have experience.
It's been 8 years since that announcement. Yeah, Jesus.
And this is where I can only imagine Todd got kind of sad because he knew where things were going. Yeah, Todd, I think we're gonna let them take a crack at it. As she turned around and she grabbed her Fallout IP, and I imagine she walked right over to Obsidian, where she then looked at some things people like, but it's just she's a numbers kind of girl. It's just probably just not the kind of stuff she's looking at, especially that one. And apparently down here, one of these mystery projects looked a lot like Fallout. Asha probably wondered, what should I do here?
That's a big
I don't think it was really that big of a decision. She just kind of took everything Obsidian was working on and then she took Fallout and she just kind of placed it right there. She called that a job done.
Okay. I mean, look, there's like a tiny element of truth to this, but like there's such a leap in logic here. This is something that YouTubers do that always, when you're in the games industry, it like drives you nuts because it's like, oh yeah, this is totally what happened. And then people are like, yeah, this is exactly what happened. And you're actually on the inside and you're like, that's not even remotely close to what happened. It's just a massive leap. Now it's funny. It's definitely entertaining to think of it like this, but like, come on, that is not exactly what happened.
Turned around and went right back to Xbox. And I just want to point out how poetic this is. I mean, Bethesda was incredibly aggressive in obtaining the Fallout IP from Interplay. And so after over 15 years of Bethesda being in basically sole control of Fallout, it only took a few months of a new boss to just give the IP right back to Obsidian. And I'm not saying that Obsidian literally owns the IP or anything.
I've seen
now.
the Bebe post. If you want me to react to it, I can.
Xbox
but like, I've
clearly owns the IP right now. But I think it's important to realize that
is a great Todd face.
Does not get to make the decisions on Fallout anymore. And of course, I'm sorry for anybody who was looking forward to Avowed 2, all maybe like 12 of you. But this right here just clearly is the better decision. It's best for business, and it's just what I wanted, so I'm happy for it. And I know you've seen a thumbnail, an article, a full video. I know you know about this. But there is a new Fallout game reportedly coming from Obsidian. Now, of course, reportedly means it's a rumor, so it's like insider info or something. But it is important to mention that this is directly from Jason Schreier. The article I'm using at the top is Forbes, and this is from Paul Tassi. But that's just because Bloomberg wants money from me to read their
working
articles.
on new
Just for
TFT
credibility's sake, a few things that Jason has gotten right. He accurately predicted that Fallout 4 was set in Boston in 2013. Of course, it wasn't revealed until 2015 that that was true. He also leaked an entire script for Fallout 4's main storyline. He called Xbox closing Arcane, Tango, and other studios before it happened. He was right about 2023 Epic layoffs before it happened. He called The Last of Us Online being shut down, and just among many other things. There are some people that for some reason don't like Jason. I don't care. He's right about things, and that's what I care about. Something incredibly important with this news is that Josh Sawyer is reportedly going to be like the project lead of this game. He is, of course, most known for being the project director on Fallout New Vegas. And that just lends a ton of credibility to the project in general.
Sure.
But it doesn't stop with Josh. There are actually a lot of people working at Obsidian right now that will assumingly be working on this game because it's basically the only thing Obsidian is doing right now. Of course, one of them is Fergus. He has been there since the start. He was the division director on Fallout 1, and he had 4 different high-level roles for Fallout 2. He was also the CEO of Obsidian during New Vegas. Now, Fergus is more of an executive type role. He is not really part of making the games, I don't think. But don't worry, because we have Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine is probably a name that you know. He is the original creator of Fallout. He also has a YouTube channel that you should definitely check out.
I do like his
channel. For
channel.
Fallout 1, he was the producer, lead programmer, and original game designer. And he also...
This guy's channel, he does actually have some good videos out there that I've seen that are pretty good takes. But yeah, it's one of those things that the video game industry is actually really bad at doing, is like proper credit to who did what. I mean, you know, and it leads to this situation where people want to infer and give credit and be like, oh, this person's on it, it's going to be good, it's going to be great, you know, but actually you never know. And for me, the one that always stuck into my mind for this was Portal. You know, seeing some of the people, because I was actually at DigiPen when you know, those folks were making the Bacular drop, and then seeing sort of like where that credit went versus who had actually made Nabacular drop and stuff like that was just like very different than the narrative out there in the world. And so it was just so different. It just, people really do not have a great idea of like who actually contributes what into video games. And I don't know, it's so interesting because it's not in corporations' best interest to make it clear. But it's such a fascinating thing. So yeah, love to see you back at Twitch. Thank you.
Did original game design for Fallout 2. Now, Tim Kaine notably didn't work on New Vegas, so he is more of an OG Fallout type guy. I mean, the entire thing was his idea to begin with. And also along those lines, we have
That's a good point. Someone in chat says, so much work is so intertwined with so much other work, it can be generally very hard to give credit. Yeah, that's a great point. That's what I was talking about with like Set 16, for example. Like, yes, Unlock System was mine, but like the 100 Champions, you know, that actually came from Blue Velvet. Or the fact that the set was put together, you know, Julian was the lead, right? It's a bunch of people coming to do a bunch of different parts. And so even just saying like, oh, Mort gets credit for 16, like that's disingenuous, you know? And so that's one of the big challenges with game industry credit. So super agree. Do you ever think about like how other developers, directors, CEOs look at you and think about you? Or do you think it's only negative to think about that? I think generally you do not want to be worried too much about how others perceive you. All you can do is focus on doing your job the best you can and not worry too much about that. So if other directors think bad of me, what can you do?
Leonard Boyarsky. He was the lead artist, art director, and also did original game design for Fallout 1.
Yo, Lenny,
and he also did original game design for Fallout 2. Now, sort of a fun fact is that Leonard, Tremel Ray Isaac, and George Almond were basically the art team that created Vault Boy and all of the various cards and everything that were in the original Fallout games. And last but certainly not least, we have John Gonzalez, and he was the lead creative designer and writer for New Vegas.
I know, I keep pausing. I'm still learning at this. I'll give you one more example. What I will say is I worked at Nintendo with somebody who was much, much, much more famous than I, had accolades because they worked on very big title in 1990, like very, very big. And so like very high expectations for this person, much like this, where it was like, oh, this person's going to be great. And they turned out to be not that great. Is like they might have done something great in the past. They didn't necessarily keep that skill, and so it's always really hard to do, to really measure like, does this mean the game's going to be good? And I think generally, especially content creators, get really addicted to like the hopium of like, big name, game going to be good. I need to amp this up. I don't know. It's always scary. So
He is credited with many characters such as Mr. House, Yes Man, Benny, and many more. There are even
sometimes
more
people stumble
people at
into gold once
Obsidian
and
that
absolutely
worked on the
cannot
original
recreate it.
Fallout
Yep.
games and on
Yep.
Fallout New
Agreed.
Vegas. And sadly, we are missing Chris Avallone, who was incredibly important to Fallout 2 and New Vegas. But in spite of that, we still have an amazing Fallout team here. And I really just can't wait to see what they do.
It does look like a good
Paul
team,
Tassie's
though.
article goes on to say, it seems like we are entering something of a common sense era for Xbox, in terms of many major decisions being made, such as immediately reducing the absurd 50% price hike on Game Pass, which instantly lost the service millions of subscribers. And he goes on to point out why this was so...
Okay. Can we... This is the stuff that drives me nuts, where it's like, the business decision of do the incredibly obvious thing is like somehow like a genius. It's like, ugh. When did common sense in corporate world become so hard? It's like, just do the obvious thing. Jeez Louise. I don't know. It's just, that's the kind of stuff that just makes you want to slam your head into a wall, where it's like, why did we do this? We knew what was going to happen. What are we doing here? Who could have foreseen this obvious result that happened? Jeez Louise.
Common sense to do. He says Obsidian's Avowed underperformed, yet a sequel was greenlit anyway. And if we check the Steam charts, we can see that it peaked at under 20k, which just isn't where you want to be, with a current player base of about 500.
Steam chart. I hesitate to get into the Steam chart rant, but what I will say is, at least in Avowed's case, like, yes, the Steam chart shows the game was not as successful as it needed to be. Absolutely true. Should we be using Steam charts for everything? No, certainly not. Does, concurrent player base mean anything? Not necessarily. But in this case, yeah, Avowed was not successful, and greenlighting a sequel seems very odd here. So.
He points out that Obsidian is widely known for New Vegas, and that Bethesda was not slated to release a new mainline Fallout entry until well into the 2030s. And of course, the IP is more popular than ever thanks to the Amazon TV show. He goes on to say,
we were just talking about this on the Discord, that like, if you have a 5-year plan, like, oh, this game's going to come out in 2032, man, you don't know what the world's going to be like in 2027, let alone 2032. That is a scary thing to be long-term planning like that when the world changes so damn much.
2 plus 2 equals Obsidian should make a new Fallout game. This is probably a decision that should have been made years ago, as this will not come to pass until years from now. Even with Xbox trying to accelerate timelines on AAA games, it's still going to be a years-long wait. Anything less than 3 would be a miracle. The original development cycle on Fallout New Vegas was just 18 months, but that was in 2009, and 17 years later, boy, has the industry changed. And Paul is probably right about this. If I had to do a possible timeline, in 2010, the average dev cycle was about 3 to 4 years for a AAA game. New Vegas famously took 18 months. Yep. And that was, of course, using Bethesda's tools, and Obsidian at the time just kind of got shit done. Now, in 2026, the average dev cycle is about 5 to 6 years for a AAA game. So in New Vegas terms, a new Fallout could take maybe 3 years. And to be honest, Obsidian still gets shit done. If there's one thing they can do, it's ship a fucking game.
I don't like the bad math here,
at least one
like,
theory as to why
if we
Obsidian
double this
didn't
number, we
start
can
on
just
a Fallout
double this
title at
number.
Xbox
That'll
was
solve
the idea
it.
that perhaps
Not
Bethesda
quite how it
didn't
works,
want
but...
that. I want to point out that this is not a theory. Todd has said this multiple times publicly, even if not in those exact words. One that I remember is in 2018, he did an interview with The Guardian. This was after E3 2018, of course. And these article interviews are always weird. It doesn't really say what the
9
question
women can now
was.
make a baby.
They just kind of go on about how Obsidian made New Vegas and this and that. So I can only assume the question was something like, would you ever let Obsidian make another Fallout game? And Todd's response is, I wouldn't say never. But now that our company is so big, it's always better to keep stuff internal. It becomes less likely, but I could never say never. I thought the Obsidian guys did a fabulous job. And Todd has had some form of this response to this kind of question every single time. Paul goes on to say, but now Bethesda...
Yeah, this is the, what do you call it, PR speak, where it's like, well, I wouldn't say never because I can't legally say never, but that's his way of saying, but I don't want it to happen because we don't get as much of the money, you know, which, like, fine, that's true. So, you know, but just passed here to say thank you. Your Walk the Dog videos help me a lot. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Have a good stream. Cool. Hope you can catch the VOD or something. Recently finished Metaphor. Oh, that game's great. How many different groups of people contribute on a single game? Yeah, Metaphor's credits are very long.
Released a somewhat underwhelming Starfield and is staring down the barrel of an Elder Scrolls 6 that will probably not be out until a decade after it was first announced.
10 years
so
after
I never
you
miss an
game.
opportunity to brag on Starfield. I just want to point out we're right back down to where we were before that stupid fucking update. Right down to under the 5K players. And when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6 releasing, right down to under...
Okay, this is an example where, like, who cares if it has 4,000 players right now? That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters for a game like Starfield is how many copies did it sell and what was the development cost. That's it, right? Like, it's not a live service game. And so if there's only 4,000 players now, who cares, right? So that doesn't... Now, again, this is not me defending Starfield. Not at all. That's not what I'm saying. Bad analysis with graphs is a tilter of mine. That's all.
For the 5K players. And when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6 releasing, I mean, IGN has something to say about that. IGN made this article after all of the layoffs that Xbox did recently, and it's titled, "The Elder Scrolls 6 will suffer because of Xbox layoffs. Bethesda staff say, fearing delays, crunch, and generational talent being replaced by contractors." The article goes on to say, speaking on conditions of anonymity.
That's true.
That's such a hard word to say.
Scary.
Current and former staff had told me that job losses across Bethesda game studio locations have removed more than 50 employees, including key high-performing people in the trenches, building the company's long-awaited Skyrim successor. This, in turn, they say, has shattered morale, raised the risk of future development crunch, and increased the likelihood that the game's already far-off completion date will be delayed. Fucking people. They also said, we were already running a tight ship and are worried about this delaying the game. And I gotta push back on this a little bit. I know a lot of people always think that, like, only the executives can be wrong. All of the little guys that work at the studio, they're probably all just hardworking individuals and blah, 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 blah. And I'm sure that that is true a lot of the time. But it isn't true all of the time.
No, it's not.
And in the case of Bethesda Game Studios, do you really see a company that has increased productivity with more employees? This picture shows just Bethesda Game Studios. This is a graph that has been passed around a lot, and it usually has a bunch of other studios that...
Yeah, this graph is the kind of thing that right now is, like, the scariest thing in the industry right now. And also, I think it's clear that every AAA company out there has gotten a lot of bloat. You know, where is that bloat? What is that bloat doing? How has that bloat been good? Is it because games are more expansive, or is it just bloat? And then the question is, what are things like AI tools going to be able to do to combat that bloat, if anything, right? And you get the insane people who think like, oh, AI is going to cut this down from 400 down to 50, and that's what AI is going to do. And you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa there, Tiger. Now, could AI cut it from 400 to 300? Maybe. Or even better question is, like, separate from AI, should 400 have always been 300? Yeah, also a good chance, right? Like, people are still really trying to figure that out. But the problem was, especially in COVID, people were like, there's just tons of money, everything's good. So they went up to 400 with just no problem. So what is news at 11? Sorry, news at 11 is a boomer term for people used to say, like, breaking news at 11. There's not actually news at 11. That's not a literal thing. Sorry. That's just my age showing. I apologize for confusing any children that didn't know what news at 11 is. I'm so sorry.
We're helping Bethesda Game Studios, and they would be, like, layered on top of these other bars. I've gotten rid of those just to show you Bethesda Game Studios themselves. At the time of releasing Starfield, they were up to about 400 employees at just BGS. When they released Skyrim, they were at about 100. Skyrim came out 3 years after Fallout 3. Are we starting to notice something here? A dev team that is 4 times bigger than it was before is now apparently really struggling to make this.
Well, part of this though is, and again, I'm not one to necessarily defend bloat, but the reality is games have gotten harder to make and expectations are bigger. And there was that generational gap where it was like, going from like your PS2 to PS3 era, it was sort of like, okay, we can do the same game in the same engine, but slight upticks. We can go a little bit bigger. But then technology accelerated, and all of a sudden it was like, we have to switch engines. We have to do things bigger. We have to go crazy. And it turns out, like, I think one of the best examples, at least again, my age, is like the Majora's Masks of the world, right? Where it's like Ocarina of Time comes out, and then they're like, we have this engine, we have these enemies, we have this art, let's repurpose all that and make a Majora's Mask. And it took like, what, 18 months? It was like super quick, right? And like that used to be okay, but you just don't see that as much anymore. Or even if you do, it becomes a tactic of like, well, that's a DLC drop, or that's part of the live service model and stuff like that. And so you can't get away with sort of like recouping your costs by doing that second game. And so that's been a bigger challenge. And so it's like, yeah, you can't just make Fallout 76 using the Fallout 4 engine. You have to make it all brand new and took everything else. So even if you think of Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is a good example where like they tried to do that again, but clearly it shows it's just so much harder now. It's just so much harder. Wouldn't more employees also mean more management? Well, yeah, and that's the other thing too. That's where like the efficiency problem becomes in, and that's not even like a games problem. That's just like a humanity problem. Organizing 10 people is much easier than organizing 400 people. That's just true.
Fucking game. I'm sure a lot of that comes down to executive management and all of that. But also, some people might just fucking suck at their job,
about that,
and they might have to be fired.
Blizzard used to be like,
there is
all
something
devs, and now it's like
that is
devs.
Incredibly inefficient. It's inefficient, and there is like no quality standard whatsoever. They need big changes over.
Okay, there was a jump there. It was like, it's inefficient. Yes, there is no quality standard whatsoever. Okay, how did we jump to that? There is probably a quality standard. It's probably a lot harder to hold because the games are more complicated. Let's not do the YouTube sensationalism thing here. But inefficient? Absolutely. Absolutely inefficient.
And if this is something that has to happen, it just fucking has to happen. There are more developers who were speaking out, but they were apparently the previous lead quest designer at Bethesda for Fallout 76. And he tweeted, in unfortunate news, I, along with many of my peers on Fallout 76, have been laid off as a part of the larger Xbox restructuring. I'm proud of my 7 years on the project and my time helping to lead quest design for the game. I have played the entire main quest line of Fallout 76, and even most of the side quests, and I don't think that you were good at your job. Do I feel bad on a human level? Sure, I don't want anybody to lose their job. But if you're bad at your job, it's time to get a new job.
Okay, I don't like how blunt he's being about it, but like, there's just enough of an element of truth here that's really, really tricky. But like, it's such a crass and bad way of looking at it, right? Like, it's not even I'm not going to say he's like right at all. Because like, the problem is, are they the world's best quests? Probably not, right? Like, again, I've never played this, so I'm just literally speaking, abstractly here. But there's this difference where it's like, especially with gamers, where it's like, okay, is it perfect? Great, no. Is it a 9? Maybe not. Well, then it's garbage. Right? There's this like line where all of a sudden it's just like, if it's not a 10 or a 9, it's garbage. And so like, my guess is, for all we know, this quest designer, and again, I don't know anything, this is just hypothesizing, but maybe this quest designer was incredibly efficient and was able to produce a lot of them really heavily, but wasn't quite as creative. Or maybe he was limited by somebody else's vision. And like, it's just such a weird, like, hard left turn. Right? Like, and you can't really pass that kind of judgment. What you can say, you 100% can say is, I played all those quests. I didn't like them. I thought they weren't that great. Great. No problem. But to say, therefore, he's bad at his job, like, that's a big leap of logic. That is a really big leap of logic.
The article goes on to say it is likely that the studio may not have much leverage to protest something like this these days. Fallout is Xbox's. If it wants Obsidian to make a Fallout game so players can get their hands on one before 2035, it's going to do
2035.
Yeah, yeah, that's what's going to happen. It was the common sense move 5 fucking years ago. And it took...
If I was starting a brand new game today and they told me our goal was 2035, I'd be like, I don't want to work on this game. That is just, especially because if you're planning for 2035, and I speak from experience that like almost no game releases perfectly on plan, let alone an 8-year plan. If you're planning for 8, you're probably going to hit like 9 or 10. And it's like, that is not a good plan. Holy God.
Took a former Instacart executive with no gaming experience to step in and within months make that decision. It shows me, and it should show you, that this could have been done from the start. So I do want to mention id Software.
That's true.
Real fast.
It's like
id Software is a legendary team
hard decisions
with
have to
decades
happen
of
sometimes.
talent working together. They successfully rebooted Doom to the modern gaming era, and they were the exact thing that Asha wanted. In-house tech shared between studios. id Software did everything right. They made tech shared internally. They shipped profitable games.
Well, okay, again, no. So, again, lack of knowledge here. Let me rewind this. I want to see the whiteboard here.
Asha successfully rebooted Doom to the modern gaming era, and they were the together.
Okay, legendary team of decades of talent working together. Sure. They successfully rebooted Doom to the modern era. Yep, they did successfully release a game. One of the things we have to stop doing in this industry, though, is like you did something right once, therefore you have infinite timeline to do whatever you want from that point on. It's like, well, no, wait a minute, right? And so, like, how have the other Dooms been? Have they been fine? Have they been hitting their metric? Have they been profitable? Or did it go to somebody's head and now all of a sudden they bloated and it cost 4 times as much? You know, like, you don't get to just like free pass because you liked the game. That's also not
Doom to the modern gaming era, and they were the exact thing that Asha wanted. In-house tech.
The exact thing Asha wanted. In-house tech shared between studios. This is another one that's really tricky. A lot of people in the industry will come with the promise of tech. I think the best example I have of this is like Anthem, where it was like, we're going to make our own engine. It's going to be great. And every game studio will use this amazing engine. And on paper, you're like, yep, that makes sense. That'd be really good for us if we could achieve that. And then they try to do it, and then it fails miserably. It's like, oh, yeah, we kind of bit off more than we could chew. I mean, have you ever heard this before in the tech industry where people overpromise and then underdeliver? That never happens, you know? So careful. Like, and again, you're kind of like, I like these guys and they said they were making this, so it's going to be good, right? Well, you don't know.
Shared between studios.
You know,
id Software did everything right.
Someone in chat says Resident Evil did create an engine for their games, didn't it? Right. And that's what I'm saying is like the theory is great on paper. And if you can do it, great. Absolutely. But this person here who's making a YouTube video doesn't know if id Software was able to deliver, or like, were they just way behind and that tech never came out? You know, like that's the challenge.
They made tech shared internally. They shipped profitable games regularly. They even co-developed Bethesda projects. And they did this all with about 185 people. They are now less than 50.
Now, in his defense, and again, just like I'm saying this person doesn't know, I don't know either. Because what could happen, and has happened in the past, is yes, someone could have just come in with a sledgehammer and, you know, not really knew what each studio did and just said, you know what, we're cutting them all. You know, and this guy could absolutely also be correct that, yeah, id Software was actually one of their more efficient and, you know, profitable ones, but they just fell under the shotgun. And I have heard stories of that in the industry as well, where like, hey, there are 7 teams and 3 of them are great and 4 of them aren't great, but the person who came in had no idea, so said, screw it all, and all 7 got hit with the hammer. I have heard that. So while I am like, at first was like, hey, this guy might be wrong, it's also possible he might be right. That's one of the challenges, is like you're this observer chair trying to like predict how it actually went down. And we'll probably never know.
They said,
other
thank
than
you
people
for all
coming
the
in and
support
saying,
this week.
you know.
While our studio was impacted, those changes were spread across teams. We still have the crew we need to build the games and tech we're known for. The team today is about the same size we were when making Doom 2016. We have always had a flat studio where everyone is a maker, and we will remain true to that philosophy.
I like that
forward.
type of studio.
We are focused on supporting each other and the team members impacted. We're going to keep building great games and tech that have defined us for the past 35 years, and we're looking forward to seeing you at QuakeCon this August. And while it's a nice statement and everything, it just doesn't really do it for me.
I mean, it's a
I feel like
corporate
of all
statement.
teams at Xbox, id might have been one of the few you should have absolutely left alone. But I guess only time will tell where that goes. But yeah, thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. If you want to buy a mug, go to Drawn Store.
Cute mug. All right, I think I was supposed to, like, there's the video. There you go. I don't know. I mean, it's just, it felt like a little armchair analysis of, like, what happened. But, yeah, I don't know. The games industry definitely does need to figure out ways to be more efficient. And it sounds like that's what Microsoft's trying to do, which is a good thing. But the question is it doing it right? Or is it just doing it the wrong approach where they're just tearing out everything? Tough call. So, okay. Well, that was that. Now we get to play video game. We're going to play video game. Now, as far as I could find, there's no category on Twitch for this video game since it just came out today and it's a demo. But let's try it together. Whoa. Things used to be normal until the rifts started appearing. That sounds like solo leveling. Rifts never stay stable for long, and when they breach, monsters come through. Yeah, that sounds like solo leveling. And some of us awakened ordinary people developing powers no one can. Yeah, that's solo leveling. Cool. I mean, I like solo leveling. Okay. They step into the rifts and shut them down. Yeah, is this I'm sure something other than solo leveling did it first also, but okay, cool. Is this sponsored? No. This is Nature's BF, who is somebody who's been in the TFT community for a long time, apparently got to help work on this game a little bit. I'm sure there are more people I should be crediting that I don't know, but it looked interesting, so I was like, I'm going to try it. Now, what I've been debating doing with games like this, solo leveling invented portals to other dimensions, true. Yeah. I don't know how critical you guys want me to be, because when I turn on my designer's eye, I can get, like, really nitpicky. And I don't know how fun that's going to necessarily be. I'll give you an example of nitpicky designer brain mort, okay? It's not dark, it's just, like, little things I would talk about, okay? And just on this screen, I'll give you an example. The first thing is that generally my understanding of leaderboards is that while interesting, they can create this immediate feeling of inadequacy, and especially if they're getting hacked, for example, it's just like it does bad things. So like the very first thing you log into is like, look at all these other people and these amazing things they're doing, is like overwhelming and wrong. And it kind of creates like the wrong mindset. I think if it's this though, I think it's great. Having you and your friends and like, hey, here's what your friends are up to, I think it's great. I think having this here is totally fine, but I think having it be on the start screen can actually do really bad things. The second one, I was just talking to somebody else about this, about their indie game, and it's a really small minor menu thing that I'd learned. I'm not a UX designer, but I've had to do some in my life. When you have 5 buttons that are all the same size and all the same prominence, players don't necessarily know what to click on. It's like they have to start reading, and as we joke, but like people aren't good at reading. A really simple thing you can do is just take the one button that's actually really important and just make it a little bigger. Like if this start game button were about like this big, all of a sudden it's just like, okay, what's going on? Start game, great. And it's like, it's super minor, but like that will go a long way. And again, does that make this game bad all of a sudden? No, of course not. Actually, like, I think this art's amazing. I'm like, speaking on the sense of my own games, I'm like, I am jealous of how good their title screen is. This is great. To be fair, it's the only one with a golden border. It's too subtle. And co-op also has that border. It's too subtle. I think you need to, like, not be subtle. Or, you know, if you're trying to make these 2 buttons equal, then fine, and then shrink the other 2. But, like, again, super minor. So... wishlist Guildrun now. This is great. This is a marketing thing. I know this is something I'm still learning about, is how much wishlisting matters in the Steam ecosystem. So, is Riot Games good company to work with? Yeah. where everyone is happy and always great times. I don't know if everyone's happy all the time, but like it's definitely a good company to work for. Okay. Fame, appreciate the 42 months. All right, let's jump in. I'm gonna hit start game. But yeah, like I said, you can see I can get nitpicky. If you want to run a guild, I need you to fill this out. Hey, are you spacing out? Sign, name of the guild. Yeah, it's very, very solo leveling, which fine. The other thing too is my own biases, by the way. I usually am the type of gamer, I don't care about the story. I know there are gamers that do. I know it's important. For me, I've always been like, someone who's a creative director handle this. That's your thing. Cool. I just make game fun, you know? And so like this to me, I'm the type of player that will just like, yep, there's a story. Cool. Great. All right, welcome to Guildrun. You start each run by picking a starting hero. Okay. Heroes are mainly defined by their starting ability. Okay. Pick a starting hero. That's a lot of text. That's a lot of text. Okay. I mean, so again, this is me getting nitpicky, but like something just like hierarchical to see what they do. Like I love the shield. Once I notice it, the shield warrior, that's great. Like this, do you want a warrior? Do you want an assassin? Or do you want a mage? I love that, right? Like very clear archetypes, very easy to see, but like telling me to look at these abilities felt a little off, where it's like, here, read this long of no, just, which one do you like, right? Do you like warrior, assassin, or mage? Great. I will say as a player, I like warrior, so I'm going to pick warrior. But cool. All right. Combat in Guildrun is automatic. You place your heroes anywhere on your side of the battlefield. When you're ready to start your first combat, press fight. Cool. It's a lot like Talkers. All right. And now I'm just doing like, how does it feel to place on a hex? The glowing on the highlight is good, confirming where it is. Stuff like this is a little confusing, where it's like if you look, my mouse is on the bottom hex, but the character is like almost fully on the top hex. That's a little weird and can lead to some like, well, wait, I thought I was standing on this hex and then I drop it. But overall, that's really minor. That's just a feel thing that will come later. Whee! All right, I'm going to fight the turtle. Fight, turtle. Heroes attack automatically. Cool. That's what the highlight is for? Yeah, and that's why I said the highlight's really good there to have. Is this my game? No. No, 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 no. Heroes cast their active ability when their mana is full. Cool. Mana is gained from auto attacks and mana generation. Sounds familiar. Love it. Okay, that right there, by the way, something they just did there is really good. The way the character was like, I'm going to do my move, and there's that like nice charge up where it feels good, and then they release, so you get that like build up of like, oh, it's happening, instead of just like rapidly firing. I've seen a lot of auto battlers in the space like mess this up, where they're just like, the thing just shoots off really quick, and it's like, it's a no, like give it that feeling of power and stuff like that. So that was really good. I liked that. All right, after each fight, visit the shop to grow stronger. Continue to the shop. Okay, I got 15 gems. Okay, we've got Reyna and Grace and Funky. The shop offers 3 heroes each visit. Okay, each hero costs shards. Your shards are here. Great. They cost 15. I have 30. Makes sense. Noel Del Tiger, appreciate the 45. To build a strong team, look for heroes that share a class or archetype. That sounds familiar. Try buying a hero. Well, guess what? I have ones with shield. I can do this. Although there's something here where it's like, if you want me to get more with shield, show me the other shield people. Like, I need something on the UI that shows me like I have a shield guy. What if I forgot that this is a shield? That's going to be something like, that's something I would want somewhere on here. But okay, we're going to buy Grace.
Help, I think.
Items can be bought here to strengthen individual heroes. Okay, where's my TFT Academy overlay? Jesus. Relics can be bought here and affect your whole team. That's cool. This is cool. This is a cool system. I like this. You can spend your remaining shards before continuing. Okay, so I have 15 remaining shards. We're gonna buy the robes and the hammer. Items are equipped. Okay, drag us onto a hero. Good. Items can be unequipped at any time. Okay, hammer. Great. And I only have 5 more. Okay, we proceed. After each shop, choose your next path. This is cool. This is very Slay the Spire. It's very cool. Different paths lead to different rewards and risks. Each run has multiple acts, 2 in the demo. Cool. Makes sense. At each fight, you'll face a boss. Makes sense. Gain 5 shards. Get a common item that increases attack speed. Permanently increase a hero's mana regen by 2. I will say at this point in the game, I don't have enough information to understand or quantify what I should be doing. It's just like, it's one of those things that will come way later, but like, is a common item good? Is 5 shards good? I have no idea. I don't know. I'm just going to randomly pick here. And so asking me to make a decision like this with no context is rough. A lot of people will struggle with that. So, I don't know. Especially because like I just got 30 shards and I'm only getting 5. I don't know. Let's go attack speed. Sure. Your guild found a half-buried gauntlet. Okay. Cool. Here, have a half-buried gauntlet. Okay, now we're in the placing. I'm going to assume, just from archetypes, that Grace should hide behind our boy Kai here. That's an archer. I don't know. Seems legit. I'm certainly not going to go like this. I mean, we can infer that. Okay. Fight. The combat tracker shows what each hero contributed during combat. Was that necessary? That seemed unnecessary. Your team has an effect with the stall keyword. Okay. Stall X effects only activate after the first X seconds of battle and stay active for the rest of the fight. Sure. Sure. And this is where you want to be careful to like not over tutorialize your game. It's like, oh, text that I don't need to read. I would have cut that one. It's like that seemed like an unnecessary text dialogue, but this seemed fine. So showing this is also a lot of information for a player to absorb right away, but it might be fine. It's the kind of thing that like when you're first playing the game you won't appreciate, but I guarantee you like 10 hours in, you're going to be like, oh my god, this is good and I need to raise this. Like, it's good, so getting him used to it is fine. Buying a hero you already own will rank them up. That's cool. I mean, that just seems cool. Rather than making them do like the match 3, this is just positive. We have 44, so we're probably going to buy this and this. Okay. That's great. What they just did on screen there, chef's kiss. Love it. Love it. I love stuff like that. That's really, really good. That's the polish of the game. That feels great. Ranking up a hero can unlock a new active or passive abilities or even a class. Cool. That's really neat. That's very fun. It's a lot to read, though. And again, you're asking the player to make a lot of decisions very, very quickly. And unless you're like, this is one of those things that, I'll be honest, I as a player love, right? Like if this is my type of game, as a designer, I would advise against, only because it's like an immediate audience like turn off. So what's the simplified view? Oh, that's just like you get more tooltip information. That's like barely even worth differentiating. It's so much information, and like one of the positive things of a game like something like TFT is just like make match, throw champ in, you can eventually figure it out. But asking them to read this much is scary. And if a player feels like they're making the wrong decision, they can turn them off. So I don't know. But whatever. Gain the tank class. I mean, spatulas are good, so we're gonna gain the tank class. It doesn't rewrite my warrior, right? No, it adds it. Great. That seems good. We'll just do that. Is that good? I don't know. And then this says whenever a enemy damages a hero shield, deal 75% of the... Yep, sure. We're going to grab that. You can view all owned relics here. You can carry as many relics as I want. This is a cool system. Like having like passives and stuff like that, it seems really cool. Would you be willing to put the name of the game on your description itself? Oh yeah, sure, I can do that. I can do that. It'll also give me an excuse to get rid of the News at 11 thing. Because that's confusing people because I'm old. Game is called Guildrun Demo on Steam. No, it's not mine. Me just play. There we go. More informative. More informative. Okay, I only have 9 more shards. Let's keep going. Wait, I can buy a flask. I'm gonna buy a flask. This one is something too. Okay, you currently have 4 shards. I'm glad they didn't do any econ stuff, especially for a single player game. Like, if I have money, let me spend money, you know? So, cool. Okay, we have gain a special item or relic with defensive properties. Gain a special item or relic which pays off in the future. I mean, at least this is like... This actually feels like what should have the first choice been. It's like, do you like defense? Or do you want to wait for the long run? It's a nice 1 or 2. Seems simple enough. I can read this. I'm a gambler. We're going to get a special item that pays off in the future. That felt like a much better first decision to me. A camp left behind by an unsuccessful guild abandoned in a hurry. They didn't die here. Well, that's good. But they did leave something useful behind. Gain Greedy Ring. Gain Frost Accumulator. Gain Hasty Ring. Inflict 100 Frost. Does she do Frost? Nope. I don't have anyone who does Frost, so that seems bad. I don't know. We'll get a Greedy Ring. That sounds greedy. Yeah, a lot of choices. A lot of choices. Okay, well, I have a Greedy Ring. 100% max crit. Here, we're going to move the magic over here. And we'll put this here. Hooray, we did it! Bottom of the game seems cut off a bit. It's not. It's not cut off a bit. That's the bottom of the screen. That's just how they have their UI. Everything's there, so it wouldn't need to be showing anything else. So, yeah, it's not cut off. Okay. I mean, same structure. Doesn't seem like a reason to reposition. We struggled with this a bit on Talkers as well. It's like, how do you tell the player, like, are you going to win this fight or not? Right? Like, is there anything to tell me that, like, yeah, I should be totally worried or I'm screwed? It's just like, these are numbers. I hope it's enough. And this is actually one of the reasons why TFT can be more complicated than a game like Slay the Spire, right? Slay the Spire is like, I know that 50 is going to kill my 34. Easy. This is like 7 damage per second with an attack speed. Like, it's a lot tougher to infer. All right. What? Oh, he can't. At least he missed. God, that moment feels good. The text for that big special attack is like, there's very little, there's a couple of things you can do to like make it hold on the screen just like a little tighter and feel good. League of Legends does this really well with their crits, where it's just like bam and it feels like really good. This didn't quite have that same pop, but it's pretty, like, I mean, it was a cool moment and you really want to highlight that. So there's something there though, for sure. And this is where somebody who's better than me, like, you know, you would go to like a VFX artist or an artist and just be like, how can we make it pop a little bit more? You know, so. Okay, cool. Anyway, he did a lot of damage with his big ability. Look at that ability strike. Woohoo. Cool. You can spend shards to re-roll the shop's offerings. Sweet. Freeze the shop and keep it as is till your next visit. Hey, those sound familiar. Items can be dropped for shards. Yep, cool. Seems good. Hey, this gives me warrior. Hold shift for more detail. The only thing is, like, so far they haven't really explained, like, what happens if I get 2 shield or 2 warrior. Does that do anything? Is that something I should care about? I don't know. But you know what? I'll take another warrior. I'll take Logan. By default, your team has 3 slots on the battlefield. Extra heroes wait in reserve. Okay. Right-click a hero portrait to inspect them. Okay. You can see all the stats, heroes. Yep. Great. That looks familiar. Let me guess. Attack, damage, attack speed, crit, armor, and magic resist. That's going to be my guess. Yep. Press hero panel or tab to see all the heroes on your team. That's a lot of information. This is an example where it's like, is this menu necessary? There's a lot of menus here, and now you're running into this problem where, like, players have to navigate a lot of menus. And again, as a designer, you run into this habit where you're like, I need all the information. But this can overwhelm players a lot, and you have to have the discipline to, like, cut out some of these menus that aren't necessary so you don't end up with, like, button overflow. That can be really scary. Because, like, already there's, like, buttons over here I'm not using and hiding, and at least those are simple enough, but I don't know. I'd just be really careful about more menus like that. You think that's range? Oh, yeah, that might have been range. You're right. Actually, here, let's try to listen to it. Can it crit, defense, attack range? Yep, you're right. I do like this, at least trying to explain the armor formula. That's good. Yep. All right, cool. I got 13 more shards. Each second for rush 10, inflict 3 burn on enemies. I don't know what rush 10 is. Does anybody have rush? You didn't have rush. I'm gonna guess no one has rush. Alright, so we don't want that. I'm gonna press reroll shop once just to see what it does. Cool. She's cute. The character designs are cute. Neat. Okay. I'm gonna buy a necklace for you. Great. Let's keep going. Oh, see, like, okay, this is another example of really good. I believe Rush was on the Warrior passive. Swing and Crush. Didn't see. Oh, on this one. Warriors use attacks to deal damage with auto attacks and active abilities. Warrior mechanics, crit, rush, shields. It just says mechanics. Anyway. I like this also, where it's like, do you want the regular one, or are you ready for a challenge? Which, you know, again, very Slay the Spire, but this is good. Okay, let's go. I mean, you got to do the challenge. Okay, so you're going to be my tank. You're going to be my melee, and we're going to go like that and hope that works. Each second, enemies heal 3% max HP, so we kind of want to focus them down. Okay, let's go. And here comes the big twist. Okay, that just... It's also really... Again, I'm being nitpicky. That's kind of my job, but... So far, every fight has ended with Guy spin. And so now I'm like 4 fights in and I'm like, yep, Guy can sure spin. What else you got? Wow me with something else. Like, show me, like... And it's not about challenge. It's just like, if everything plays out the same, it's like, eh. You know, I want to see, like, more things happen and more moves come in, not every fight with the spin. All right, choose a relic. If there's an assassin in combat, heroes gain stealth. Auto attack 200 times. Each hero's first auto attack gains a 750 crit. That seems good. But it won't be on for a while. But sure, let's take it. Let's take it. Okay. Surviving hero bonus. Challenge cleared. Cool. I like this, by the way, this menu right there. This reminds me a lot of like Smash Brothers, where it's like, here's all the things you did, and here's the prizes you got. This is a cool menu. I almost wish this menu was like more prominent than this one, because this is actually the thing most players are going to care about, is like, this is the exciting thing. This is like, this is what you did relative to the battle. This is like stats for nerds. which I am a nerd, but like, come on, you know. All right, keep going. Yo, Logan. Oh, we got a B here. 25 though. I mean, I already have 3 people and I can't expand yet, so let's just buy this. Yo. On kill, gain 40 mana and permanently gain 15 attack and crit. That seems good. Let's do that. Sure, why not? We got some HPZs. We got some basic attacks. This is cool. The other nice thing is, much like Talkers, the fact that you can take your time, at least you can take your time. Like, you know, TFT has this challenge where it's PvP, and so your very first game is just like, go, 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 30 seconds. You know, whereas this is like, no, you can like sit here and like, okay, what's this? What's this? What's this? Which is great. All right. Bloodfang. Wait, this is on sale. This is on sale. And if we've learned anything about human mentality, if it's on sale, you gotta buy it. Crit. The percent chance to have every crit above 100 increases crit damage. I was about to say, why do I have 750 crit? Interesting. So once you reach 100 crit, every crit just gets converted to crit damage by 1%. There's a math thing there that's a little funky, but cool. That'll combine well with this. And I'll have 1,000 crit. Wait, 1,000 crit. So my first auto attack will not only crit, but it will crit for 9x damage? 9x? Which is probably fine, because it's a single player game, and it's totally fine. Okay, super minor thing here again. I'm being nitpicky. Hopefully you guys can see it here, but if you take this item and you mouse it and you're holding it, it's now behind the other buttons. This is an example where like, no. You can do way better than this. What should be happening is like the square button that you're hovering over should be like pulsating behind it, not, you know, so the draw order should be the item you're holding and then the square behind it pulsating to show you that that's where it's going. So not this weird like hiding behind the UI thing. So 9%, not 9x. Well, no, wait, because it says every crit above 100 increases crit damage by 1%. So if you have 101, crit damage is 1%. If you have 102, crit damage by 2%. So if I have 1,000 crit, that would mean I have 900 crit damage, 900% crit damage, so 9x. So, okay. Let's keep going. See, I'm just talking too much, though. That's the thing. Like, you guys got to be bored. Yap. All right. Survive as long as possible against immortal enemies to earn shards. There are no penalties for death or defeat in trial. Quickly defeat a durable enemy team with shards. Well, I have a bunch of crit, so I want to, like, crit things and make them die. So we're going to click that. Your guild spots an energy field surrounding a single armored turtle. It's protecting a pile of shards. It doesn't seem very threatening, but its shell looks incredibly sturdy. I'm gonna fight the tougher no, am I no coward? I'm no coward. This is probably like a trap. And again, I have no way to quantify if like I'm good or not right now. I don't know. But you know what? Mama didn't raise no coward. Runes on its shell activated approach. The turtle triples in size and braces for battle. Okay. Is that triple? What was your normal size? I mean, we got to kill it quick. No, get up there. Yeah, again, minor usability thing. Okay. Kill it quick. Ready? You're going to be right here. All right, and good luck. By the way, that first hit was that big crit 309. So. And under 20 seconds, I did not do it under 20 seconds. I failed. Battle lost. You get nothing. My greed has screwed me. Okay, now we just go to another battle. Okay. Okay. It's an 8th, yeah. See, now I just feel like I'm behind 20 shards. I'm just screwed. Okay, I'm gonna... One of the things I'm noticing, by the way, though, is like the auto attacks don't really do much. So having my auto attacks hit for 900% extra is like, congratulations, you multiplied 10 by 90. Woo! So, yeah. Okay. There's a turtle shell. Quest, crit 40 times. Rewards on crit, reduce the target's defense by 4. Well, I mean, we're critting a lot, so great. And so far, I can't buy any more heroes. So something that's not entirely clear to me also right now is like the shop right now is mostly featuring heroes, right? Like the shop UI is essentially 75% heroes, but I already have 3 heroes. And so now all this eye space is like, but why do I want these? I have zero reason or understanding why I should be buying any of this, and instead all I seem to care about is this, which feels a little off. So, don't they sit in reserve though? Yeah, but the game hasn't shown me why that might be worth having. So, re-roll for heroes and level them up? Sure, we could do that. Reroll cost went up. Shop rerolls cost 2 less. Sure, that'll save us later. Okay. That item glows? Yeah, it's an epic item. Which, that's really cool, by the way. Seeing, like, items that get higher in quality is good. Like, that's great. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Still, the concept of this, though, it's like... The other thing, by the way, is... I don't know how long I've been playing already, but the high concept of this, like, single-player strategy builder seems really good. Like... If anything, I think a lot of people would like play this, learn it, and love it. Then it's just a question of like how deep is it, right? So, which we'll have to figure out over time. I only have one choice. Putting it off to the left is a little weird. Why not put it in the center? Super minor. But, okay. A moment of peace. Let's see. Train up a rank C lower hero. Choose a hero. Retrain one of their upgrades. Recharge your emergency rewind ability. Your heroes gain 10% basic stats. I mean, we'll just take this. It's a permanent upgrade.
This is going better than I expected.
Sweet. After stall 10, salvation targets all heroes. Okay. On cast, stall 20, permanently give the target primary stats for each of their classes. That seems good. Seems abusable and good. Whenever a mystic shields a hero, give that hero 10 attack. Not permanently, though. I like permanent stats. Bam! Okay. Grace ranked up. Sweet. Oh. Okay, we went from everything having like 1,000 health to a big one with a lot of health. Okay. I don't know. Good luck. How are we doing on our quests, by the way? 71 out of 200. Okay. I'm getting this feeling that I'm going to lose this, and we're at the, like, you get to lose part of the game. When the timer reaches 50, the Rift Storm appears. Okay, so like I said, there was some sort of tutorial here. When the Rift Storm deals increasing damage to all characters until the combat is over. Okay, so this is sudden death. Does it deal it to me and the enemy, or is it just me? That's not clear. I won, but barely. That's... I don't love that. So, it's sudden death, which I get is necessary, but sudden death is just an AoE dot tick on your characters? I wonder if there's I mean, not my problem to solve, but there's something there that's just a little weird. Have we maybe conditioned ourselves to require every single thing or to glow or buzz or shake for some sort of guidance to the eyes? I mean this with all the love in the world. Players need it, is the short answer. Players need it is the short answer. The challenge is, and the way I've always explained it to people is, you guys watching this stream right now, I need you to understand the intelligence curve of humanity, okay? The intelligence curve of humanity goes like this, right? Where it's like, most people are in this middle range, and then there's some on the bottom, and then there's some on the top. And like, how much do you guys enjoy games? Where are you on the curve? Most of you watching this, just by the fact that you like know video games and like stuff, you are on the smart end of the curve. But if your goal for video games is to have as many people play the game as possible, you need to design for everybody on the left half of the curve also. It is important that, for example, and I'm going to use my wife as an example, I love her, you know, it's like, she doesn't play this type of game. How is she going to enjoy it? So she'll need some of those jiggles and things and stuff like that. Are you on the smart half of the curve? Man, I sit over here on the bottom half of the curve just going, I wish I could knew how to breathe and function, you know? Anyway, I got lots of gems. After every boss... Wait, that was a boss? But I thought that was the boss. Is that the boss? That's the boss. Okay. The auction house offers more and higher rarity choices. Sweet. Okay. Hey, Reyna's on sale. Wait, why does my reroll cost 5? Okay, that's just cool. Whenever a Vanguard auto-attacks or is auto-attacked, they gain 10 max HP. Okay, are you a Vanguard? I don't remember if you're a Vanguard. You're not a Vanguard! Oh, that's unfortunate. Are you a Vanguard? Nope. Are you a Vanguard? Nope. Does anybody have a Vanguard? Oh, you're a Vanguard. Okay, so what if we move him over here, take away his item, buy Reyna, and give Reyna the legendary Helm of Glowy... Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's a relic. Okay, that's fine. That means it doesn't take a slot. That's fine. Okay. Heroes gain 400 max HP whenever a Vanguard... Okay, so we'll make our Vanguards better. Great. It's easier to use the tab here to see all the info. Yeah, that's true. I don't love that, but that's true. Shield, shield, shield. All right, well, I have 3 shields now. That seems good. Okay. Mana. Because, I mean, we can put this on her. I assume she is a fighter, right? Like, she's... Yeah, warrior. She's fighting. And... Team size relics. Apply 30,000 shields. Okay. Increase your team size by... Wait, I wanted that! Oh, I should have bought that. I should have bought that, not the glowy... Wait, can I sell anything? Wait, where'd he go? Okay, that's super weird. Oh, 16. Okay, there's some there's some UI challenges there, but I'm assuming it's a demo. But like, right now I'm like clicking to drag, and like you can't see that I'm dragging it. But that's probably what. That's the example, by the way. And let me give you a lesson here. Even someone like me who can give a lot of good feedback, I guarantee you, if any of the developers of this were watching, they're probably like, yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. To like 80 to 90% of this. 80 to 90% of this are like, yeah, we know. We're working on it. Yeah, we know. But you have to muster through that to find the 10% where you're like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. We should definitely do that. And stuff like this, while I am explaining it, I guarantee you they're going, yeah, we know. Is the Pepsi around? It is. Cheers. Cheers. All right. Well, you know what? I don't want to sell my boy, but I'm only going to have one chance to buy this again. So, no, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. You're gone. Selling a hero returns the items they had equipped. Well, I didn't have any equipped. Okay. Increase team size by 1. Bam! Got it. All right. Well, now we only have 1 more gem, so we'll have to wait to use it, but that's fine. That's fine. All right. Again. Hello? That's a weird UI thing. It's the disappearing champion. Woo! So far, another thing I'll say, and maybe this changes later, but so far they have this, like, you know, TFT hexagon, but they're not really making use of it in any interesting way so far. And it doesn't seem to matter. It does not seem to matter so far, so... Okay, well, let's just keep bashing our head against the wall. We got our tank, we got our melee damage, and we got our healer. And then when he spins, everyone dies. Except this time they didn't die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Light.
Uh-oh. No! Oh, wait, we're still alive. I got a second spin. Yeah, I don't... It feels like most of the time I'm losing. It's just like, you took overtime damage. Ugh. Quest completed, though. I got my violence conduit. We're good. See, she did not do much damage. He did all the damage. So my tank is also doing all my damage. How do I make her do more damage? I don't know yet. I have no idea how to make her do more damage. All right, well, we can add another person to the team. Tank, poison, stall. I don't need more tanks. I'm going to reroll the shot for free. Give her his items. I mean, the items aren't doing that much. All right, we got... Oh, an assassin. This looks good. We got an assassin. Great, love it. And we're going to give the assassin a bunch of... Oh, we're going to make a crit assassin. I don't know if that's good, but we're gonna try. Oh wait, I don't have any gems. Damn it. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay. Again, the first time they presented me this choice, it was 3 choices. The second time was like 2, and now all of a sudden it's just like one simple one. It's almost like, at least for your first time, it should have been the reverse, where it's like, here's 1, then here's 2, here's 3. There are abilities that work in reserve, so getting additional heroes can matter a lot beyond what you may just swap in and out. They're called backup abilities. Okay. That has not been explained at all so far yet. So if that's a thing, cool. Has not been explained yet. All right. Placeholder. Great. Love it. Man, even their placeholder art looks good, though. Woo. Art looks great. Defend. Choose from 3 common relics. Get the relic after winning 1 combat. Gain the warrior's emblem. Your heroes have minus 50 defense. I think that's bad. Kiss curse stuff already? Woo. Fun fact, by the way. Fun fact. In TFT, shadow items was me going, oh yeah, our players can totally handle Kiss Curse. They'll love Kiss Curse. It's fine. Players of this type of genre love Kiss Curse. I could not have been more wrong. Players just wanted fun, positive things in TFT. Kiss Curse was too hard for them. So, yeah, that didn't go well for me. And I bring this up because much like in this position, I'm like, man, I feel like I'm barely winning these fights. So being at minus 50 defense sounds really scary. Can you explain what Kiss Curse means? Yeah, sorry. Kiss Curse is a designer quick term for you get something good at the cost of something bad. So in this case, what they're trying to tell you is, do you want a crappy relic or an amazing relic? But the amazing relic has this curse. So the kiss is better relic. The curse is minus defense. So this is an example of kiss curse. But I'm a coward right now. Last time I was too positive. So we're going to go like this. And we want a common relic of generate shards. Heroes gain crit. Heroes gain crit. We do like crit. Heroes gain attack speed and omnivamp. Nah, we're going crit. We'll do it. Would you still kiss it? Perfect. I think Slay the Spire does it really well with kiss cards. Yeah, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing already with this game that I'm seeing is, again, and we struggle with this even a little we did struggle with this on TFT. It's like a card game. It's like something costs 1. It deals 10 damage. The numbers are much more quantifiable. If you're not a math nerd, it's like 13,857. You've got to find a way to like make it clear what the benefit is and why that's good and stuff like that. So your guild defends the egg from nearby predators. The mother returns to her nest and recognizes your guild's good deed. She regurgitates an artifact from deep in her belly. Your team will need some time to wash it off. Okay. That's a big snake with a lot of health. I need more items. I need more items. All right, let's see if what she does. On kill, gain 4 shards. I'm wondering if like assassin, use burst of crit, shard. I was wondering if they were going to do the TFT thing where they jump to the back, but it looks like no. So we'll position. This UI, man. Oh, this UI. We got to fix that. We'll do that. Okay, fight. Here comes the spin. Whee! We're doing the best we can. So far what I'll say, the spin, by the way, was a really cool attack, but none of the other attacks have really stood out to me. Also, why did he res? Something rezzed him. Okay, well, that's completed. Yeah, remember when I said the spin attack had that nice, like, charge up and spit chunk? No one else has done a move that really has jumped out to me like that, so it's starting to fall a little behind there. Whoa, that's an A rarity. As progress progresses, higher items can appear. But I need items. I don't want more relics. I want more items. I don't need magic, though. We're going to reroll. That's on sale. We do like sales, but nope. We're going to reroll again. Yo, level up Kai. Let's do it. He's been our boy.
That's going to be a problem.
Cool.
For them.
Okay. Heroes at A and S upgrades are not unique to your hero. Your class determines their options. That's fair. Trying to make a unique one for every single hero would... So, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Start of combat. Warriors gain something shields. Backup. Sure. Excuse me. Yep. Tanks gain defense. Cool. You know what? We said the term warrior earlier. Hang on. Because someone else was a warrior, right? Yeah, you're a warrior. I got 2 warriors. Wait. There we go. Oh, that's weird. Like, that UI is on that UI. There's some weird UI-ness here that has to get cleaned up, but it's fine. I mean, like, the word shield's cut off there, for example, but not a big deal. Okay. We'll do it. Great. Whoa, look at all that armor. He's armored up. And then we're going to move the attack item over to her and buy this. I don't have enough shards. Oh, boo. Wait, I don't want to... No, we'll go like this, like this. Wait, but the assassin's the guy who wants them. All right, whatever. Regular encounter or challenge encounter? Again, I don't actually feel that confident, so I'm going this way. Your team has an effect with the backup keyword. Okay. These effects are also active while a hero is in the reserve. Backup only effects are active only while the hero is in the reserve. What? So I understand that, but that's a little confusing. Backup only. Oh, it says if it says backup only. Got it. It's trying to tell me that if the word had said backup only, it would only work there, but it doesn't say that. So I don't know. Okay. We just keep fighting. Positioning's a little weird, but let's try this. Okay, fight. Oh, it's these things. Okay, cool. Yeah, again, like, the combat feels flat. That's the big thing that is going to be a challenge that you're going to have to work through. Is like, it just feels like, other than the spin attack so far, they're all just kind of like hitting each other, like, and you're like, no, where's my moments of like, whoa, that was cool. Something our team's always, or I say our team, something the TFT team has always been good at is making sure the spells like really feel chunky and good. So I don't know, some work to do there for sure, but. Anyway, 33. The holder counts as Vanguard during combat if they were Vanguard already. Who's a Vanguard? You're a Vanguard. I'm buying this for you. You're gonna have a lot of health. Bam! Look at that. Okay. We'll save the rest. Right? This is magic, magic, magic. Yeah. Okay. I mean, craft a banner for your guild. Okay. Cool. Gain a warrior relic, a mystic relic, or a tank relic. Well, we're gonna go warrior. Gain a warrior's... Whenever a warrior crits, they heal 50% of their attack. Warrior's rush ability lasts 3 seconds longer. Warriors gain 50% attack. Sure. Again, where's the tactics.tools data on the... and again, this is something that is a challenge, is like making sure that players even understand how to quantify what's good and what's not. This is going to be a challenge for this game. Because again, Slay the Spire uses real simple, like, do 1. And I understand when 1 becomes 2, that's good. But understanding that 50% attack, it's like, is that good? That's good. It's going to be tough. But you know what? I have a lot of crit. Let's pretend that's going to do something. It looks like toilet paper. I'm sure it's a bandage roll, but... Taking 5.0 average augment. Yep. There's a lot of enemies. I don't know. She's got a lot of health now. I kind of feel like I can put her on the front line. Maybe it's a mistake, but wait, what the? Oh, this ability has... Oh, God. Okay. Okay. There were probably better ways to teach that and make that clearer. And I probably would have been like, hey, you should, especially for your first time through, like, maybe you should be aware of this. Didn't matter, but, like, that would have been good to know. Did I just get blitz hooked? Yeah, I think I did. And I think they had the UI to show it, but, like, yeah. I don't know. Okay, more crit. We do love crit. Have some crit. Yo, upgrade. Oh, that's an S rank. Oh, that's an S rank. Hang on. So we're going to buy this. I can't. We're just going to free shop. We're going to free shop. We were just talking about Kiss Curse, and this thing is called the Curse of the Kiss. Amazing. Gain relics or items for a price. Hey, look at that. It's a Kiss Curse. Also, damage-wise, my Reyna's starting to catch up, but my Assassin's still not doing much. Okay. The Curse of the Kiss. Your guild wanders into an ornate stone temple. The door of the temple is blocked by the weathered statue of strange monster. Blah, blah, blah. Kiss me, free me. Gain poison conduit. Inflict 200 poison. All heroes lose 12 magic. Nope. Win a combat with 3 or more heroes that do not share a class in play. All heroes lose minus 30 defense. That seems bad. Choose a B rank or hero higher. Randomly retain their B rank specialization into another one. Get a rare item. I can do that. That doesn't seem that bad. We're going to do this one. And we're going to say... wait, who's the one that's not a shield? It's my assassin, right? Yeah, I don't care what his become. We're gonna do it to him. He just became a vanguard. Yo, let's go. Wait, did he lose his old ones? I don't know if he lost his old ones. That seems like a bug. That has to be a bug. I don't think I'm supposed to have like 6 classes. If I am, I'm not sure what the curse was. Yeah, it just seems kiss, but okay. Let's see here. Oh no, wait, we can go that here. That goes here. She should be a beast now. Specialization isn't class, it's his B rank. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Still not clear what that is, but okay. It's fine. Whatever, we're fine. This has 17,000 health. They're getting a lot of health. So you randomize his B rank ability. Oh, you're saying this thing. This thing is what got randomized. I see. I see. So you're saying this thing, which now says gain the Vanguard class and 200 max HP. Okay. Which doesn't seem bad, because now I have more Vanguards. Which technically means I could move this helmet onto the Assassin, but I don't need to, so... Okay. Fight, cowards. Wait, what? Your team has an effect with the rush keyword. Great. Rush effects are only active during the first X seconds of battle. Oh, it's Kent's augment, Rushdown. Kent's most famous augment that I didn't like him making, which was Rushdown. But in PvE, it's totally fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's hard to follow the numbers also. It's just like, where's the number I should really care about? Because it's behind the health bar. Oh no, my tank's dead. Uh-oh. Apparently we reached the part where I'm losing for reasons I can't explain. Okay. Battle lost. You lost this combat, but your run continues. You only have one chance remaining. If you are defeated, your run ends in defeat. Okay. Emergency rerun gives you an extra shard after your loss. Use them to power up before the next combat. Okay. That's a lot. It kind of feels weird that, like, hey, you were doing well, and then you lost. Here, have more shards than you've ever seen by a factor of 3. And, okay. But, I mean, like, I'm sure there's something where it's, like, there's an achievement for doing it without this and stuff like that. Gather 5, yeah, so, like, gather 5 shards each combat while it's available. Oh, so it's like the longer you go, the bigger it is. Yeah, okay, cool. Fair enough. All right, well, you get powered up.
Anyone getting hurt anymore?
When this hero applies shields, get more shields. Yes, seems good. Okay, and then we want to buy this S1. By the way, last combat, this assassin still doesn't seem like he's doing much of anything, like at all, which seems kind of bad. So maybe we move him here, buy this one, and then put this here, put this here, put this here. And I still have 75 more. We're going to reroll the shop. I got, oh, what's this? Crit attack, HP. Sure. Have some HP. Rare item. Heroes gain 6 attack. Oh, come on. Hit the champion I need. Starting mana, salve. Vanguard item on new Vanguard? Yeah, we could give him that. Gain 20% to the primary stats of each. Sure. We're just gonna load this guy up and he's gonna carry us. That's what we're gonna do. Each second if there's a tank in combat, heroes gain 1 defense. That seems good. I don't know, I'm just spending all the money I have to try to stay alive. One more roll. Gives us 20. Okay, well. There, everyone's got full items. Okay. You have more heroes than you can place on the battlefield. Drag heroes between the battlefield and reserves. I already did that. Cool. Alright, bum rush. Hope it's enough. Hope it's enough. Alright, my new S rank hero seems to be pretty strong. Yeah, one of the challenges so far, there's a bunch of games I've played like this. Monster Train is the one that's jumping out to me. But there's a lot of information on the screen. Like, there's just a lot, right? It's like items and characters and stats and info and spells and stuff. It is going to be a lot for a lot of people to manage, which is scary. I don't need more items now. Now I need people. We need to hit these. What did you think about Monster Train? I liked it. Wombology Major, appreciate the 20 months. Okay, well, we're out of free rerolls. For Rush 10, heroes gain 20 HP. That seems good. It was on sale. One more. So now it's also, by the way, we should be like replacing the bad items with the good items. So, for example, like that seems like a really good item, whereas this one was not. So we could go like that and put that there. Okay. One more roll. 75 magic. That seems way better than 12 magic. Yeah. All right, great. Okay. So far, the art is a highlight for me. Yeah, the art's really good. The art's really good. I got no complaints about the art. Campfire. Woohoo! We don't have any more B rank. Oh, I mean, we could train up her. Choose a hero, retrain. I mean, yeah, we'll just level up her.
I'm not even tired.
Woohoo! This hero auto attacks gain 150 crit. Sure. Considering all the crit stuff we have, that seems good. Cool. Jad Zionbeck, appreciate the 4 months. Glad to see you back. You have a wedding on Saturday. Wow, congrats. That's awesome. Congrats on getting married. Good luck. That wasn't in a bad, sarcastic way. I genuinely mean good luck. So. That's a big dragon with way more health than we've ever done so far. Why do I have this feeling Wee's about to die? I feel like Wee's about to die. Well, we did what we could. Good luck. I mean, we're getting these big numbers. I see these like minus 2300s and minus 2200s. We're hitting them pretty hard. Never mind. I'm just a god. Never mind. GG. It's over. Sweet. Yeah, I mean the S rank guy that I got seemed to like save my bacon. You defeated the demo boss. That's it. Rank 1 on the leaderboards. Okay, not really. You now enter the endless mode where you compare your team's strength against other players. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting choice, is that you've decided to... Interesting. You've played the PvE, now go into a PvP mode with it. Interesting. I don't... Huh. Some people will love that, for sure. And it acts as sort of a self-referential leaderboard of how the run went. But man... No, I know, it's not really PvP, but like... It still creates a comparison against other people. Which again, if like your audience is the people who like PvE, that can be a turnoff. Again, I'm using my wife as the anecdotal example of an audience segment where it's like, oh, but now I did this run, but now I feel bad because I immediately lost to the first person I fought. So actually I wasn't that good. So actually I don't get to feel great about my run. It can have some really negative side effects. The people who love it will love it, for sure, but I almost wonder if you want that to be, like, optional. But, just brainstorming out loud. Think Balatro? No, but Balatro doesn't compare you to other people, right? You just play the game. And it's like, you don't have to self-renturate to other people. I think... A lot of people in chat, because this is one of those things where it's like everyone thinks differently. Those of you in chat that are like competitive are like, yeah, this is the thing I like. That sounds fine. And the people who are like, you know, Sims players and stuff like that, it's like they don't like competition. They want to just like be in their thing, you know. So it's not necessarily bad. The auction house. I mean, gonna upgrade my boy.
Well, here I am.
Gain +1 range. No. Sure. Cool. S-rank heroes also get an additional item slot. Yep, makes sense. For Rush 1, heroes gain 150% basic stats. For Rush 1? I mean... Okay. I need an item for my guy. Let's see here. Crit or Omnivamp? No, but if we take this and move it here, we can take the crit and Omnivamp, or attack speed and crit. Let's do that one. And put that here. Okay, great. Did it. Proceed. Okay, so now we're... What do we compare? Okay, this is just endless mode, whatever. Okay, fine. Fight, go. Okay, guys, I thought I was fighting other people's teams, but I see what you're saying. It's just, how far can your team go? Okay. So in that regard, this is good, especially for the demo, because it'll give the demo some legs for the people who want to keep playing it. So that part's good. That part's really good. Meanwhile, I'm about to lose on the first fight. So all that all that celebrating I did earlier? Nope, I'm just terrible, and I lost immediately, and I'm garbage. Yeah, you took away my feeling of satisfaction. I'm garbage. I mean, jokes aside, though, that doesn't feel great, you know? But, oh well. I'm not as good as Bang Bang. Damn. I mean, 8,000 players, though, by the way. That's pretty solid. All right. First rift cleared. Thanks to your rift down. Thank you for playing. Consider wishlisting the game on Steam if you enjoyed it. Now, see, again, this is where something I'm learning as a indie dev, is that I didn't realize wishlists were so important, and it's clear they want this. I have, like, nothing on my wish list, really, but you know what? It's clearly important to them. I enjoyed it. Oh, we're going to move that over. Wait, why won't it? Okay, never mind. I guess I have to type it. Woohoo! Add to wish list. We did it. There you go. It's on my wish list. Oh, God. See, there we go. Did it. Okay, summary. Cool. Damage dealt. 162,000. Cool. Best ability hit. Cool. I don't know. Cool. Continue. Play the game and earn XP and change the timeline. Okay, so you unlock more characters. I mean, this is good progression stuff. Basic, but good. Okay. Cool. And hit new run. Okay. I guess we can do one more. Select a difficulty level for your Rift contact. C. Heroes take 10% max HP damage at the start of each combat. I mean, I guess. Not a huge fan of meta progression, but it's not a game ender. So, for this type of game, I think meta progression that gives you more options to play with is a good thing. I think what you're referring to that a lot of people don't like is the, like, now you get plus 10 stats that makes your runs easier. And thankfully, it doesn't look like that's what this is here. This just feels like, you know, more options to play with, which seems to be totally fine. So, okay, well, let's try it. I mean, we technically beat the run. So, all right. Shield Warrior, Poison Shield, Stall, Mystic. Wait, it's so weird. It says Shield. It makes me think they're like a tank, but I guess they're not. All right. Well, let's make Poison work somehow. We'll learn.
All right, I'll join your guild, but I'm stopping for flowers.
We'll learn. Okay. Yeah, I still think that's going to be the biggest challenge for this game. Is just there's so much that like you have an accessibility thing that will be really challenging for people. So, Mortimer, more like more timer. Am I right? True, true. Excuse me. All right. Well, she's on sale, so we have to buy her. Rowan helped us last time. This guy looks cool. But it's on sale.
The colors are brighter.
After stall, double Sanctuary of Blooms, healing and shielding. See, like, again, I'm still struggling. Like, how do I really learn which of these is better or which one's good? It's a lot. It's just a lot less intuitive than something like a Slay, which is your biggest competition for this space. So you've got to find a way to make these, like, more intuitive while also keeping the depth. All in on poison? Yeah, and someone actually, that's actually a good point, by the way, is that having these symbols here to make them really clear, I think is a good way to go about it. Like, if you're just like, oh, I'm just going to, like, get lots of poison stuff, and that's the way, making that a little clearer, I think, would go a long way. But yeah, let's just go all in on poison and see what that does. Okay. Same is true of TFT, right? To some extent, but the secret about TFT is that a lot of the times you don't need to know it, right? It's like, again, at its basic core, and trust me, I've seen a lot of noobs play TFT, and I think people like Froden could back me up here, is that for a lot of people, it's just like, buy champion you like, put them on board, match synergies, get 3 of a kind to star them up, repeat. And like, you can play the game at a like silver to gold level with that level of understanding. We watch you too. Ouch. Ouch. Come on. So. Cool. Okay. We're out of monies. Wait, no, we have 19 more monies. Let's get a buddy. Well, we need a tank, so Rowan, you're getting another shot here. And that's it. All right. A gift for your newly formed guild. Cool. A clerk from the Department of Guild Affairs leans through the rift threshold, parcel in hand. She waves your guild over and hands them a parcel before vanishing. Sweet. Gain 7 shards. That's it. Until combat 4, items cost 2 less. Until the act boss, heroes gain 25% attack speed. That seems like the best. But these fights are easy enough anyway. I don't know. Okay, this is where we do math. Do we want 7 shards, or are we going to buy 4 items that will essentially give us 8 shards of value? We're going to buy 4 items, which will make this one more worth it. If we buy 4 items, that's the better choice. All right. Now again, we learn tank up front. I assume her range is 4. Yep. Range 1. Okay, fight. Do you get interest? No, you don't. It doesn't say you gain interest. There's no interest, which is a good thing, by the way. I appear to be lacking in DPS. We did it. Cool. Okay. Proceed. Okay, we said we need items. So that's an item. That's an item. We're going to upgrade our boy Rowan. Sure. And we're out. I mean, I guess we could buy this cheap item. Okay, here, you hold this. You hold this. You hold this. Let's go. All right, get a special item or relic with defensive properties. Gain special item or relic with payoff in the future. Nah, let's get the defensive ones. Solo TFT experience looks cool. Yeah, it seems solid. Like I said, there's a core here that's really good for sure. It's just a question of making sure that like each run feels unique enough, that the content's interesting enough, the combat's fun to watch, stuff like that. That's the make or break here, and that's the kind of thing that like even someone like me can't solve in a stream, right? You have to like really get down to the nitty gritty and look at all your relics, and it's like, are these worth it? I could say more, but I can't without spoiling stuff. But like, it's challenging, and especially when you're PvE, figuring out like where the line is between like fair and strategic versus fun and exciting. There's a lot of things to take into account there that can be a little tricky. So. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's an item. But okay. And here we go. I hope we have enough DPS here. Because again, she doesn't seem to do much damage. Which is weird that I could pick my first character as someone who can't do any damage. Yeah, she does not do much damage at all. Huh. Okay. Still got to get our item value here. We got 13 and 15. Let's get a crit mage. Great, love it. Do her abilities scale with magic? They do. Okay, great. And proceed. Regular encounter or challenge encounter? Well, last time we did the challenge encounter and it was good enough, so we can do it. There's some snappiness here that you want to like... Sometimes it just doesn't quite go to the right hex, but okay. And here we go. Maybe she needs to be closer. I mean, she's 4 range, so if the intention is for her to be closer, that would be something I would call bad design, where it's like you want it to be intuitive. But I'm guessing she's supposed to be in the back. That's my guess. Why is nobody doing any damage? Okay. Choose your reward. On combat, heroes in the front row gain 60 defense. Start of combat, heroes gain 50% max HP per mystic in combat. I don't think I have many mystics. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say I have no mystics. I have 1 mystic. And generate 25 shards. On shards generated, heroes gain... Nope, we're just going to take this. Okay. I got 1 reroll in me. Win a combat with 3 or more heroes that do not share a class in play. Do these... Oh yeah, there's a shared class here, so I can't do that. 1 more roll. Nope. Okay, 400 max HP. Start of combat, the holder and adjacent heroes gain a shield equal to 10% of the user's health. 10 attack speed, attack omnivamp. This item does not seem to be useful for me. We'll just switch it with this item and proceed. Survive as long as possible. That one seems good, considering we're very tanky. Last time we picked this and we got our butt kicked. But we've been surviving... Whatever. Let's do the middle one. Hope it's enough. Okay. Spent a week learning stuff on shader graphics. Just saw YouTube videos about crazy dithering math effects. The Dunning-Kruger is real. Yeah, for sure. Is there any sort of trait tree bonuses? Nope. Nope, it doesn't seem to be. See, I probably could have done the 50. Wait, what happened? I lost? No, battle 1. Why'd I get 0? Why'd I get 0 there? That was confusing. Also, right-click to get more information. Pull the furthest enemy to the plant monster and deal damage to it. Plant monsters start with full mana. So there you go. There's your Blitzcrank hook. Challenge paid out directly? I think so. I think it did. Okay, I'm hoping... Don't get... What? Yeah, some stuff to resolve there. Anyway, I'm hoping this means he gets pulled and then gets targeted. So... We'll find out. Here we go. Nope. That didn't work the way I hoped it would. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Oh, well. Yeah, that wasn't what I was hoping for.
How inconvenient.
That feels bad. I'm gonna lose my whole run because of that, man. Oh, didn't lose. We take those. We take those. Okay. What do we got here? We still don't have another slot, so I can't really do it. The holder counts as Mystic during combat if they were Mystic. That seems good. Let's buy that. Okay. I guess the thing I'm not clear on, by the way, here. So she's a Mystic. Mystics use mana regen to repeatedly cast their ability. Mystic mechanics, shields, buffs. Shield damage is removed from shields before. I guess I'm not clear what making, like, let's say I made her a Mystic using this item. What does that get me? That is very unclear to me. I can't figure that out. She gains more mana gen? The banner synergies. The banner synergies. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, I guess what you're saying is if I had something else that said make mystics do a thing, the advantage would be now she is also a mystic and gets to do the thing. I see what you're saying. So like if I had one of these that said mystics now gain 20 magic, great, I can make her a mystic and now 2 people get it. Okay, so there's not inherent synergies so much as there is the ability to create synergies. Got it. Got it. Like this one. If there is a mystic in combat, heroes gain thing. Guess what? I have a mystic. Hooray! Okay, got it. I'm smart. I figured it out. Train up a C-rank hero, retrain one of their upgrades. I mean, it feels like the answer here is always train up a hero, so okay.
I'm not done yet.
Spoon-fed the answer, true. Okay. Gain an item slot? No. Gain the Mystic class? Oh, hey, look. It's the Mystic class. You know what? Let's do it. At the start of combat... Oh, backup only. Oh. At the start of combat, mages and mystics gain 9 magic. Okay, so later, if we want to make her... She can just be a buffer to my main mystic. We can do that. Okay. Okay, cool. Here we go. Hope it's enough. Fight! Already planning on benching her? Yep, pretty much. Slowly but surely, we poison. Poison, poison, poison. 409 stacks of poison. Let's go. GG. Easy. Alright, auction house. What do we got here? That's shiny. After stall 90, break the rift. I don't know what that means. What does break the rift mean? Well, you know what? We're going to find out. I'm going to... I feel like you have to buy this every time also. But wait, hang on. Here's what we're... No. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it. We're gonna buy Riftbreaker because we got to learn what it does. We're gonna bench her, and then we're gonna buy this other Mystics. One of these other Mystics. Gustav or Arya? Well, because we're trying to stall, it looks like let's go Gustav.
I prefer teams with clear roles.
And now we have 11 gold left. We don't need any Omnivamp. We don't need attack. At the start of combat, here's in the front row, gain stuff. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. Great. Let's make it work. So now, we put him in the front row. These have the special ability, jump to the lowest health enemy and deal 900 damage to it. Oh boy. So wait, let's use from our TFT wisdom here. Can we go like this? Probably not. No, in fact, whoops. Nope. Yeah, see, there's some UI challenges here where it's like, even just trying to click him is a little tough, but I think we just kind of have to tank it. Oh well, let's go. Hopefully they don't kill me. All right. How do we break the rift? That's our goal, right? We got to break the rift. That could mean anything. Can I survive 90 seconds? I don't even know how I survived 90 seconds. Whatever, it'll be fine. These all look terrible. Alright, reroll. My tank right now is a B rank. That seems good. Mana regen, magic. Magic, mana regen. So we want to move the magic here. Buy this, put this here, and proceed. Okay. I think for 90, the effect has to be too game-breaking, and 90 seems like an eternity and a nice mechanic. I mean, we'll see. Maybe there's a thing to lower it. Because, like, if there's something that says, like, lower your stall costs or something. Your heroes have... At the start of combat, if all heroes in combat share a class, all heroes gain 20% to all their basic stats, but your heroes have minus 50% defense for the next 2 combats. You know what? We chickened out last time. Let's do it. Shift for more details. Oh, I did. It's literally just, here's what stall is. It doesn't tell you what break the rift is. All right, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. It says all heroes. Well, so what I could do though is I could move this item onto him and make him a mystic also. So I can make them all mystics. I can just get rid of, like, one of these crappy items. So we're going to do it. It's probably... The minus 50% thing scares me, but screw it. Let's make it happen. How else can you learn without taking a risk? All right. Fight. Uh-oh, my defense be lowered. Ow. By the way, I think I've built, like, the slowest build ever here. So maybe we can get lucky and activate Riftbreaker. Oh, God, what was that? Okay, well. Were you not supposed to make the guy Mystic? Oh, it gave me the thing already. Oh. I didn't realize it gave me the thing already. Yeah, that's my bad. I thought I got it after 2 combats. That's my bad. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Let's, 30 defense, max HP, and attack speed. So we'll get rid of this max HP and attack speed. We make him a Mystic. He's got this, which isn't the best, but it's fine. We're going to reroll shop. I don't really need to level her up. I'm also not clear if leveling her up makes the passive thing better. I don't think it does, so we're just not going to worry about that. Might get a backup skill? Might? That seems risky. Eh, screw it. Let's hope. All right. After stall, after stall, after stall, after stall. Backup only. Oh, we got one. At start of combat, gain 5 shards and give heroes shields. Bam! Look at that. We got it. We got it. Mana regen. Seems good. Put that here. We still have 56. Mana regen and crit. Nah, we can do better. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's starting mana. After stall 15, heroes gain 1 defense and 1 magic per 25 debuffs on the enemies. That seems good. One more roll. Okay. Starting mana and magic. Sure. Okay. Let's try again. And... okay, and now they're all mystics, by the way. Mystic, mystic, mystic. Wait, why is it green? Class given by item. Okay, that's fine. So they're all mystics, so they should all get this. So... great. Fight. Not even his game, and he still opened the dev hacks. True. Seems like we're doing a lot better this time. Dude, this guy just, like, punches really hard now. Okay. Whee! Cool. We did it! Quest completed. Oh, quest completed. After stall 20, remove 50% of all debuffs from heroes. That seems good. That seems good. Yo! Rowan upgrade. Let's go. Definitely the upgrade moments are awesome. All right, what do we got here? Gain 1,000 max HP and 20 Omnivamp. That seems good. Each second, deal damage. Nah. After stall, heal to full and gain mana and defense. That seems really good. Tanks gain... nope. That's the one. We're going to go second wind. 23 mana left. Starting mana. Great. Hold this. And we have this unique item, but we can do better. Yeah, let's sell that, buy that, put that here. Okay, cool. I don't know if you've seen it already, but there's also a relic that starts the storm sooner and makes your team immune to it. No, I haven't seen that. All right, this time, oh god. Each second, heroes take damage equal to 8% of their max HP. Nah. Nah. Especially because we still have that minus 50% debuff or something. So, nope. All right, we're going to try spreading out just in case there's like, oh, God, would you... ah, that's a little rough there. Okay. All right, good luck. Fight. Dude, this guy's punching now. Every auto attack's just doing like 2,000. Or at least it was. What happened? Where'd my damage go? Okay, nothing's dying. Nothing's dying. What is going on? Oh, we're in trouble. Did I win? What? What? Okay, come on now. Come on now. All right. I definitely don't like this overtime mechanic. That's definitely not something I'm loving, but Okay, whatever. I won. I'm the best. Surviving boat hero bonus 0. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I don't know. Mana. I mean, I guess we get rid of a bad item for a slightly better item. Nope. One more roll. Oh wait, 25 magic, 20. Nope. On active ability kill if held by a mage. This item gains 6 magic. You're not a mage. You're not a mage. So nope. One more roll. Yo! No, what? Oh, come on. What? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We just sell this crappy item. It's fine. We upgrade. We upgrade. All right. Start of combat, give heroes mana regen, attack, and magic. Seems good. On cast, increase the amount of each debuff on enemies in range by 19. That seems really good. Stall abilities trigger 6 seconds faster. But it says backup. Also work. Well, it still works. It still works if we want to do this. We still haven't seen this. I feel like this is the way to actually win, but this is for the meme. Yeah. I feel like this is the meme thing. Oh, but I want to win. I want to win. Backup does not equal backup only? Yeah. You're right. You're right. Okay, gain a Mystic Relic. That seems good. Whenever a Mystic casts, they shield the nearest hero equal to the total number of debuff stacks on enemies. Seems good. Whenever a Mystic casts, they gain magic equal to 50% of the magic regen. That also seems good. Whenever a Mystic casts, they shield the lowest health. I'm going to do the magic one. Why not? Okay, good luck. Good luck. Okay, dude, the guy's like punching for like 4,000. I don't know why he's hitting so hard. Feels good though. Jeez. Like, what is it? What is making him hit for so freaking hard? Huh. It's crazy. I think his damage scales from his shield. Yep. On auto attack, then deal bonus damage equal to 125% of current shields, which is 22,000. Okay. That works for me. You love to see it. 75 magic. After stall 15 and stall 30, give heroes a lasting 1% match XP for each reroll shop in the game. I mean, okay. And then we're going to reroll the shop a couple times. On stall trigger, give heroes a 10% match HP on 8 mana. Great. Love it. Okay. Great. We'll just stall through the game. Gain a big amulet. Seems good. Gain a big shield. No. Because what we actually need right now, he's got a shield item. He's got a shield item. Mana regen, mana regen, mana regen. We just need mana regen. So... And we put that here. Good thing we didn't buy one. Great. I just finished a run where my duelist got 2k attack speed. Nice. Make Mort drink Pepsi? I can do that. Okay. Goodbye. Here we go. Yeah, so we get these big shields. So basically, as long as we keep the big shield up on him, dude's gonna hit like a truck. And this, by the way, okay, this is actually something I want to compliment this game on, and this is why I think the PvE space is such a cool concept, is because you can like let the game get broken for a while, right? You can just break the game and like it doesn't have to be balanced against other people. It's just like, oh look, I'm hitting for 100,000 damage. That's where you'll find the real gem of this game. And like the fact that we've discovered this like shield build, that's going to be so cool, and you can do some really cool stuff with this. It's just a question of, can you get people through the barrier to entry to these moments? That's the challenge when you're designing this game. You've got to you've got to show them those cool moments really early on and highlight them. Because like even this moment that we created, we didn't even realize we'd created it. But it is such a cool thing. It's like Balatro, where you can build a deck that goes infinite points. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the same thing. At the start of poison, inflict 20 damage on all enemies per tank in combat. I have 1 tank. I have 2. I have 2 tanks? Oh, that's just a buy. Okay, let's go. Okay. I can only do this because I don't have a B rank or lower. So we've never done this before. So let's see what this does. Choose a hero, retrain one of their upgrades. Okay. I really don't want to risk like losing Mystic or something silly. So we're just going to click this to learn what it does. Retrain on cast or retrain sideline support or pick somebody else. Okay, we can pick somebody else. We can pick somebody else. So let's go Gustav. Blizzard applies more shields and always targets Gustav. Or when a hero applies shield, apply 50 more shields. But we like both those. So no. What about you? What do you got? Definitely not that. That's our whole build. Retrain second wind? I guess we could retrain second wind. We've always kind of been shielding enough that we might not need it. See if we can get something else shield related. Yeah, let's do that. Did we get anything shield related? Nope. But we did get something poison related at least. Okay, let's do. I mean, or the defense one's not bad either. Yeah, the defense one's not bad either, considering we're stalling. Yeah, let's do that. Because it seems like really what we're doing is the shield power, and so the extra armor and defense will make the shields last longer. Yeah. Green Dragon. Good luck. I'm still disappointed, though. Riftbreaker never did anything. We never got Riftbreaker to do anything, which is sad. Dude, 7,000? I'm hitting for 7,000. 8,000? 9,000? Oh my god, we hit for 10,000. Well, that was easy. Woohoo! Okay, surely when we do the, like, let's keep going, we're not going to get our butt kicked in the first round, right? Surely. Assassin's Relic. Heroes gain 30 crit. No. At the start of combat, heroes gain 15% max shield per mystic in combat. That seems good. Do we want to increase our team size and invest in a whole nother guy? What's 45 and 33? 70... 78? We have 78. Boom, boom.
I'll win medals again for our guild.
Wait, I may have screwed this up. Oh no, I may have screwed this up. That was actually really bad. That was actually really bad. I shouldn't have done that. Damn it. Because now I don't have this. No! Where's my undo button? Where's my undo button? Ah! Oh, that's sad. Is it better to have this itemless champion? Well, wait. Hang on. How much did I pay for? How much did I pay? I don't remember how I paid. Like 33? Yeah, that's just my money back. That's not a big deal. I mean, I wasted money on the item slot, but like... It's okay. We're going to roll once and there's going to be a mystic on the shop. Ready? Ready? Boom! Called it.
I can help,
Called it.
I think.
Let's go. It feels like the old days. I just say something and it happens. What's changed? Legendary relic. The rift storm starts 30 seconds sooner. Okay, I don't know if we're ever coming back, but oh, there's no free shop. Damn, I can't get it. I can't. That would be cool. That would be really cool, actually. Is there any way I could afford that? 9. I would need 20. I could try selling. Okay, wait. How much to sell her? 16, 19, 22. Does anything sell for a bunch? Nothing really sells for that much. I'd have to sell this. On cast, remove 30 frost from each enemy to stun those enemies for 2 seconds. I could... No, I know it's not breaking the rift, but since we're stalling, it actually might be worth it. You know what? Sell. Sell. And sell. That's 38. I need 2 more. Oh, gross. Whatever, let's do that. I mean, realistically, what I should have done is not buy this and then just press reroll, so I definitely lost some stuff there. Which kind of feels pretty bad to like, oops, I bought this and I totally shouldn't have. My bad. But chatting weaker? I might be, to be honest. I might be. But let's find out. Hope it's enough. Good luck, go.
Slow it down.
Okay, well, see, now the whole build doesn't work because I can't keep my shield up high enough on him. And so I can't actually do any damage, and so I'm just losing. Oh, I did win. Okay. I won a fight. We did it. Okay. Poison is broken? I mean, it does seem pretty good.
Bloom. Bloom.
Yeah, it definitely, like you said, it does remind me of Balatro in that regard, where it's just like,
Slow it down.
can you get a broken build? There are still ways to get more items? Really? Okay, well, let's keep going. We just have to pray we can survive. I can't tell if it's like poison winning for us, though, or if it's the Rift Storm. Because it feels like it's the Rift Storm winning for us. Yeah, it's all the storm. So yeah, so it did end up being the right choice. I just should have got there in a smarter way. Choose an epic item, retrain one of your heroes, or attacks. No, I mean, we'll take the item, please. Right now, what we really... I mean, we can get our Amulet of Storms back. Gain plus 20% of the primary stats of each of the holder's classes. There were 5 classes there. There's 5, like... I think it's this? No, it's got to be this. And then just put it on him. I think it's got to be that. Okay. Okay. We keep going. What's that one guy says? We shall continue. Yeah, it's like all of a sudden my shield build's not a thing, and now it's just like stall. But did we stall enough? Doesn't look like it. We got a lot of shields. Oh, we got a lot of shields. Poor sacrificial guy. Okay. I don't know. Bloom! Bloom! We stalling. Wait, we're actually winning this one? Like, legit winning? Oh my god. It's too easy. It's too easy. Guys, I'm gonna move up on the leaderboard. Gonna be rank 1? I definitely will not be rank 1. I'm guessing right around 10 is where I'm gonna get my butt kicked or something. What about putting the tank in the back line so we can get more shields? The problem with that is I risk someone getting the aggro that shouldn't. I don't want to take that risk. S-rank hero. Get an S-rank hero from one of your most played classes. That seems good. Because if we get Mystic, then we'll have a Mystic and we'll have a 4th person. And we won't have wasted the money. I'm risking it. There better be a Mystic. I mean, get a random S-rank Mystic hero. Bam! Choose Fiona. Okay.
Okay, there may be a few things I can shore up.
Okay, we have a Fiona. She has 3 range. She's a Mystic Vanguard Shield Burn Backup Stall Shard. I'm like only half joking, by the way, but this is what TFT needs. Instead of just 2 or 3 origins, you get 7. You get 7 origins. Okay. What's her abilities? Spark a protective vault. Apply 317 shields to the 2 lowest max health enemies. Gain on cast, gain shields. On stall trigger, gain a shard and stuff. So I feel like I should almost move some of the items then. This feels risky. This feels risky. Because what's he been doing? Frost damage. Okay, I'll put the frost one back. We'll do that. Don't move the mystic item. No, yeah. No, these already mystic. The mystic item's on the tank, hilariously enough. We've been playing this whole time with our tank as a mystic. So, yeah. All right, let's go. All this overthinking, and I'm going to lose anyway. Whoa, Bloom.
Slow it down.
Stuff like this is cool, by the way. The fact that we have like this endless mode, that is cool. Like an endless mode is a really neat idea for this. So remember I was earlier saying like it might be a bad thing? Like, no. This is actually a pretty cool thing. I think this is good. This is fun. Or I guess I should say it's fun for people like me that want this type of thing, which is what I said when I first saw it. But yeah, this is solid. Yeah, I don't know. That's cool. Extra hero made a huge difference. Did it? Because I think I just lost. I think I just lost. They're trying. They're trying. I mean, it's doing a lot, actually. Those are big shields. Nah, we good. We good. We good. You can't kill our backline. How am I doing burn damage? I don't know. Hero diff? Oh, for sure. For sure, hero diff. Don't die! Don't die! Buddy, stay alive. Buddy, stay alive. You can do it. You're gonna do it. We did it. All right. We still need more. We don't need more heroes. We don't have a slot. So we need items. We don't need relics. I mean, relics could be cool, but we need items. We have empty item slots. Let's get multiplicative power here. I regret my decision immediately. I mean, well, actually, this says when the holder inflicts poison, inflict 50% more. That seems really good, actually. Because I don't need another tank item. I definitely don't need that. So it's got to be this, and then just put it... Yeah, we just put that there. Boop. Okay. And hopefully we don't die. Here we go. Okay, that is a life... Okay, well, so much for that. Guys, I think we hit our... we hit our point. Oh, no. Endless mode over. That's okay, though. We moved up 5,000 places on the leaderboard. 5,000 places. I don't love, by the way... No, it's fine. It's one of those things where it's like, you pick the starting hero and you want them to kind of be your hero, and then it's like, oh, just kidding, this one you found randomly turns out to be good because they happen to be S rank. There's some weirdness there to like the story and the narrative you're building, but it's fine. Don't worry, guys. This is what matters. I'm truly number one of all my friends. Lol. But that was cool, though. We got a bunch of epic items. Let's see here. On-stall. Yep. On-stall. Gain a shard. Stall. Stun. Cool. Your first boss token slot. Acquire them by reaching boss fights, then spending them at the start of each run to bundle your starting hero with... Oh, so this is the, like, actual power stuff. Yeah, I could see that being a little sad if you don't like that stuff. Huh. Okay. Let's do one more. We'll do one more run. Endless score mode bonus. Oh, there's a score bonus to the endless mode. Interesting. Enemies are more durable. Sure. Why not? Why not? All right. What do we want to do? Chat, you guys vote. 1, 2, or 3. What are we doing? Just one more run 4 hours later? Yeah, this game can definitely do that to you, for sure. Oh, that's a lot of 3s. I saw a lot of 3s. All right. 3 it is. Arya it is. Frost Burn Mage. Okay.
I didn't join your guild alone.
She's cool looking. That's a cool little, like, wing thing going on here. I am a butterfly. Ooh. I fly like a butterfly into the forest. Goodbye. Yeah, so screw fighting. We're just leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Game runs over. It's gone. Oh, we're going this way? Okay. Range 4. All right, fight. I can do it, guys. I can beat the turtle. I promise. Oh, that's a cool move. That's a... Okay, well. Win a combat with 3 or more heroes of the same class in play, gain 30 shards. So we just want to get a bunch of mages? I mean, we're going to upgrade her. Let's see here. Mages inflict 30% more debuffs as a backup ability. Arya inflicts 50% more debuffs. Gain the Mystic class and 4 mana regen. We already did the Mystic thing. On stall trigger, permanently gain 3 magic. I kind of like that one. Let's see if we can like build up to like a giant tanky or really powerful, because like permascaling seems good. That does mean we need a tank though. Tank poison stall. That seems good.
You want protection for your guild?
Okay.
Then
Okay. Choose Shard Starter Kit, 7. Until the Act Boss, heroes can equip an additional item. That seems useless. At the start of Combat 2 and Combat 3, heroes permanently gain 12 magic. So we're just making perma-stacking Arya. Okay, and again, if we talk about like actual feedback here so far, this is where you're starting to see players go like, okay, I'm seeing all the different paths here. So again, I continue to say that like there's something here where like there's enough paths, there's enough depth, it's really, really good. You just need to figure out how to get people to see that, right? And again, like Balatro and Slay the Spire get people to see that because it's like, I understand what a poker hand is. I understand what a, basic numbers are, but like, you got to figure this part out. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're getting this. We're getting some AP, some magic. For range, da-da. Okay, fight.
Stay back.
That's a cool move, though. I really like that move. You love to see it. Mort, can I be a butterfly and fly into the forest goodbye? Absolutely. Positioning matters with this mage. Oh, it's true. With the line shot, you're right. That's probably true. Oh, hey, another upgrade. Okay, we'll do it.
Growing into this.
Do you think a game like Mecha Chameleon will inspire more hide-and-seek type games? I think any game that sells 15 million copies will inspire about 20 to 50 copycats, yes. Absolutely. Yo, Kevin Joseph, appreciate the raid. Okay, what do we got here? Gain the duelist class, no. Gain the mage class. Wait, at the start of combat, heroes directly behind Pimenta permanently gain 15% attack speed. Huh. If we're doing this perma-stacking thing, do we try to find, like... I kind of want to do this. I'm doing it. Do we have another hero? Nope, can't buy another hero. We're just going to save the rest. Generate 15 shards. Heroes gain 20 crit and find Omnivamp? Nah. The only thing here, though, is it's like... No. We're going to keep going. Okay, the Abandoned Camp. Gain a special item or relic which pays off in the future. I mean, we are perma-scaling. Sure. We'll do that. I don't think attack speed generates mana. I thought it did. Trigger stall 3 times. Stall abilities trigger 2 seconds faster. Yeah, sure. Okay, so now what we do is we position like this. Then we fly away forever. Goodbye. Okay. Okay. Am I wrong that attack speed generates... I thought attack speed generates mana. Attacks per second... I can't remember. Okay, let's go. Fight. So the value is now 20.
Stay back.
And apparently we need to find a hero named Stall. Or Saul. Okay. If you had to make a hide-and-seek type game, what would your spin be? Off the top of my head... What would my spin be in a hide-and-seek game? I'd probably combine it with, like, terrain placement or something like that so that you can actually... Like, right now, all the levels in the game, like Mecha Chameleon, are static. So the ability to, like, alter the level and place things as well and make it harder... Again, off the top of my head, you gave me 10 seconds to think about it. So... Okay, none of these are Saul. No, one reroll. At the start of combat, heroes in the back row gain 40 attack speed and increased move speed. Nah. Oh, there's Sal. We did it. We got Sal. Okay.
Your guild just got cooler.
Oh, I don't have enough for that. Okay. Regular encounter, challenge encounter. After stall 15, enemies have 40% increased stats. Choose from a random rare relic. No. We got this. We got this. Okay, so now we put this here. And remember, this says, at the start of combat, heroes behind them gain attack speed. Sal gains 15 more. That's Sal. So now we can scale the two of them together. And again, attack speed right now is 20. So then we hit fight. And it jumps up to 35. So if attack speed doesn't affect mana gen, then my build is silly and stupid, but whatever. It's fine. Is Sal at 30? Yeah, Sal's at 30. Sal empowers her attack, causing them to also hit the nearest enemy to Sal's target. So she wants to auto-attack. Heroes gain 5 attack speed. On combat victory, permanently increase the attack speed gained by 5. So that's just even more scaling. On combat victory, permanently increase the max HP by 50. Interesting. So it's one of these two. Are we just going like full attack speed? Is that really the play? Yeah, screw it. Okay. Start of combat, heroes in the front row. Nope, don't want that. Gonna reroll. Crit, Omnivamp. Nope, reroll. Yo, upgrade.
I'm keeping this.
Gain the Duelist class. 20 attack speed, 1 attack range. Whenever a mage or duelist inflicts a debuff, they gain 1 attack speed. Sure. We definitely don't want to be warrior. Start of combat, heroes in front of Sal permanently gain. Okay, we got to go this. We just got to perma scale all day, every day. And then one more roll. Mana and crit. Sure. Quest inflict 100 point. No, never mind. Nope. Okay, whatever. Trial, single combat. Choose a single. Nope. Trial, quickly defeat a durable enemy. There are no penalties. Dang. Okay, we'll do this. Auto attacks do generate mana. Nice. Fight a. Okay, last time we did this and we got our butt kicked. We'll just do this one. Are we playing the little plane game today? No, we actually finished that one last stream. So, I still remember when you recommended me to get a Papa Murphy Chicago-style stuffed pizza. Went and got it, and it was legendary. Girlfriend hated it. I still love those pizzas. Now that's what I want for dinner. Okay, so attack speed's now at 40 here. We're scaling. And defense is at 96. But then we hit fight, and it goes up to 136? Oh, my God. Okay, there's no way this is going to be a bad game then, right? We got, like, double stacking early? Well, we did lose that, though. Okay, well. Nothing I can do about this. We learned last time. We're just going to have to take it. So, whatever. It's fine.
Stay back.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. The poison's doing its thing. Oh, God, this is bad.
Stay back.
This is bad. Nope, the storm works. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. I need to see what Sal scales off of. AP. Auto attacks do AP and inflicting frost. So we definitely want magic. I shouldn't call it AP, but yeah, okay. So we'll grab this and then do a reroll. Tanks gain 30 defense. Nah. Whoa, that seems good. The holder counts as a vanguard if they were already a vanguard. Okay, does They're not already a Vanguard, but you know what? We could use the extra health. Okay. Okay, well, we got to retrain one of their upgrades. I don't love that that's your only choice. It's like, gain a permanent increase or don't. Like, there's something that's off about that. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to retrain that. Which means I guess this is my only choice, which... No, that's our stacking. So I guess literally my only choice is this? Ugh. Ugh. That's kind of lame. Oh well. It's my only choice. Okay, fight. $148 attack speed now. 200 AP now. Magic. Easy. All right, let's go. Whenever an enemy takes 50 or more damage from poison, nope. Heroes gain 10 defense, nah. We need a bunch of items right now is what we really need. At the start of combat, if the holder is the only hero in the back 2 rows, nope. Inflict 200 frost. We're not really dealing frost. On cast, inflict 12 frost to the nearest enemy. That seems fine. More permanent scaling on defense relic. On combat victory, permanently increase the defense gained by 10. Oh, that is true. That is more permanent scaling. Oh yeah, this person is frost. It's a defensive item, though. And it's not like this person does frost. They do poison. Okay. Let's see here. On active ability, if held by a mage, this item gains 6 magic. Guess who's a mage? Yeah, more scaling. More scaling. Let's go. And then I need a tank. Mystic tank. Frost. Sure. 26, though. Oh. Wait, why can't I... Oh, God. I'm 25. No. Wait. Here's what we'll do. We'll just go like this. We'll go like this. We'll go like this. There we go. There we go. What's this? Here. Okay. Cool. Because then what we can do is put him here, and then she's going to give him more defense. Yeah. There we go. These are the jump to the back. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Fight. I should have cornered better. Hopefully that doesn't cost me.
Stay back.
Slow it down.
Cool. All right, we're getting it. We're understanding this game. Tank item for our tanks. Oh, no. Come on, man. Okay. A single egg, big as a barrel. Choose from a common relic or poison relic, or heroes gain attack speed per 5 shards you've generated this game. Nope, common relic. Let's see here. Win 3 combats, gain 25 shards. Start a combat, heroes in the front row. Nope, we're just boring relic. Okay. Laser Girl doesn't gain attack speed buff now. Oh, you're right. Shoot. You're right. I messed that up. Okay. Are the shards currency? Yeah, shards are just currency. By the way, we're at 165 magic baseline now. 205 attack speed. This happened last time to us too, by the way. We came here, this fight killed us, and then we cleared it out from there. Okay.
They want you, they'll have to go through me.
At the start of combat, if the hero's in the back row, all here. Nope. Tanks, nope. After stall, taunt all enemies. That seems good. Okay. Is this a sponsored segment? Nope. Nope. Do you scale with AP? You do. But I'm going to reroll. Okay. Double upgrade. Let's go. Second wind's not bad. When auto attacked by an enemy with poison. No. Yeah, I'll just do that. Sponsored by Pepsi? True. Tanks and vanguards gain defense. Are you a tank or a vanguard? Nope. Oh, you're a tank. Yes. You're a tank. You're a tank. This seems good. And so is this. Great. Okay. We keep going. Hopefully this is enough. My perma stacking and attack speed does not seem to be doing very well, though. That shield helped. Whew. Okay, we're good. We're good. On cast, inflict 12 frost on the nearest enemy. The holder gains 1 defense and 1 magic per stall triggered this game. That seems really good. Regular encounter, challenge encounter. For rush 10, enemies have increased stats. Nope. So again, we're at 198, 135. Now we're at 150. So we're definitely getting our attack speed.
Slow it down.
And by the way, this is where, like, TFT design is similar, but you have all these concepts, right? Like, for example, we're creating a stacking build, and it's up to the balance tuning to make sure that it actually, the payoff is worth it, right? Like, imagine you go through all this work, and the best you can do is like, well, even though you did all this, you'll never beat, you know, Endless Mode 6. And it's like, well, that's not fun then. So it's really a challenge to make sure these all end up worth it. Are we? Yeah, whatever. We'll do it. Cool. Your guild catches a fight between mage. Yeah, let's do a mage one. Whenever a mage casts, all enemies in their range take 4 damage per burn. After stall, mages gain 100 mana. Whenever a mage casts, they inflict burn on their target. Let's do that one. Okay, same thing, and off we go.
With me.
Oh, my positioning was bad. My positioning was bad. She's getting, like, up there, though. She's doing a lot of damage, Sal. I need some items on her.
With me.
Cool. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Not my birthday. Let's see here. Nope. Not getting very good rolls here on our items. Oh, there we go. There we go. On cast, gain 1 magic per 5 frost on enemies in range. Nope. After stall, gain mana. This will just get her casting repeatedly. Which, if I remember right, on cast, yeah. So we're just going to hope that we can just, like, cast repeatedly is going to be the goal here. Gain an item. Rarer items burn your heroes next combat. Does mana grant overflow properly? I hope so. Gain a salve, 10 HP a second. Gain a rare item, gain an epic item. I don't need more attack speed, though, is the thing. I think it's just this. Yeah, because this item's not good. This item's not good. Do I want Sal to be a duelist? She's already got 310 attack speed. Another 60 doesn't seem like it's that important. And being a duelist doesn't matter. So I really think it's just this. Okay. Okay. You should look up to buy other units that have backup abilities that work well. Oh, true. That's a good point. You are right. Yeah, I have to hope the mana overflow works properly. It looks like it does, but hard to tell. Seems like it does. Okay, backup ability. So we need passive. We'd have to sit here and look at all of these. And this is kind of tedious to sit here and look at all these. Active, passive. I don't see the word backup. Okay. But we need the one that's like backup on whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. We can just buy this. Okay. What's the thing you're most nostalgic for that you can't have ever again? For me, it was playing very early Destiny 1 with my friends. I'm going to say playing Smash Brothers with, like, people. Like, groups of 4 people playing Smash Brothers together is definitely the thing I'm the most excited about. Well, I guess it can be backup or backup only. At start of combat, other duelists gain stats from this ability. Whenever a duelist attacks an enemy with burn. Yeah, okay. So there is stuff there. All right, one more roll. Whoa, what's this? Oh, I need that. I need that. I need one. Oh, it's the cheapest thing I can sell that's crappy. Common item. I need a common item to sell. This will work. There we go. Okay. Yo, Kiri, appreciate the 58 months. Campfire. Do we get to upgrade somebody? We do. Great.
I'm keeping this.
After stall, inflict burn on cast. At start of combat, if this hero is alone, they're not alone. On cast, gain 1 magic per 8 burn on enemies in range. That seems good. Am I doing much burn? I'm not doing any burn. The hell? So why do I care about that? These all suck. No, these all suck. Hey, Ains, appreciate the 64 months, and Bird Janier, appreciate the sub. From where? Sorry, I might have to order pizza. Give me 1 second. I think we're just going to this one, though. That way we just get the free burn, and we don't have to synergize. Pineapple pizza? I mean, yes. Yeah, what we actually get, if she's ordering from Papa Pete's, which is what I think she's going to order from, it's a family size, half pepperoni, and half pepperoni and pineapple. And then we get a smaller taco pizza to go with it. So. All right, big dragon. Let's fight. Oh my god, it just chunked Sal. Sal get chunked. No. What? What kind of positioning was that? Oh. Maybe I should have put him in the front line? My attack speed's crazy. Dun da da da. Curie, you're a troll. Curie, you're a troll. Alright, we did it. We won the run. Completed the quest. We upgrade Arya for sure. And what's this? Heroes gain 60 defense. Every 8 times attack, stun an enemy. Cool. Quest win 4 combats. No. Alright, let's upgrade Arya.
Sync now.
Stall abilities. After stall, permanently gain 40 magic. Sure, why not? Because we need, more magic. I need an attack speed. So I don't know what items to put on her. We'll just do that. All right, give me 1 second. My wife says we're getting Little Caesars, so I am going to put in the Little Caesars order. Apparently they're doing a Spider-Man ad on Little Caesars. Okay, what? No, get out of this. I'm not playing a mini game on this. Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. All right. Start order. That was the right place, right? Yes. Start order. We do a pretzel crust combo, cheese sauce and pepperoni. And then we do a stuffed crust pretzel crust, cheese sauce and pepperoni. I don't like the cheese sauce. I like the marinara, but I don't have a choice. Guest checkout, type in all the stuff. Sorry guys, don't mean to make you wait. In fact, here I should be able to just go like this and hit fight.
With me.
Cool. Proceed, fight. We winning. All right, what's our magic at, by the way? 605 seems pretty good. Attack speed 445, attack speed 255, and her defense is at 937. Seems okay. Okay, Little Caesars ordered. I did my job. My only feedback for this game is I'd tone down the numbers on the screen. I wouldn't tone them down so much as I'd make sure the important ones are easily seeable, right? It's like lots and lots of little things. But yeah. Okay. Wait, these are all terrible. This retrain thing being a comparable thing, I'm like, unless there's something I'm missing, I don't know why retrain is like worth it. Retrain and upgrade on one of your heroes. Like, I don't understand why I'd want that compared to new stuff. The problem is I don't want Omnivamp, so I guess I just take this and hope they have a backup ability. What do you think of a number squish? WoW often does it to make sure things don't get absurd. I think sometimes it's necessary. WoW, it shouldn't have been, but yeah. All right, chat. 1, 2, or 3. But I think sometimes big numbers matter a lot. It's just once you cross over like 7 digits, it stops mattering. Wasn't there a burn ability you didn't care about to retrain out of? Yeah, that's true. That could have worked. I see 3 1s and 3 3s. 4 1s, 5 1s, 6 1s. Okay, 6 1s. Let's find a mage backup.
I'll run with your guild. Just don't try to leash me.
Do they have a backup ability? At start of combat, class upgrade, after... Nope. Nope, that was useless. Okay, we lost. It's fine. There we go.
Stay back.
Look at this thing like proc on her. She's going nuts. If you just okay. Oh, I'm losing to the stupid storm thing again. Watch this relic and watch how much it hits Sal here. I do wonder, by the way, if I'm actually supposed to change my positioning slightly so that I actually start up front. That way the enemies don't get to like aggro better. I think this might actually be better positioning. Let's find out. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. What? This thing's just like constantly shooting at her. Whee! Oh, that's silly. Doesn't your tank have an item that needs to be solo frontline? No, I skipped that item. Sal's the one doing most of the damage. Not my other mage. Sal was doing a lot. I wish I could get her some items. No, because this one's just the holder gains magic defense. Whether we're at like 1k, 1093 armor, 863, 550 attack speed. We're doing 3 attacks per second. Seems good. Okay. With me! Look at this, it has 800 stacks of frost. Where's my wit's end when I get it? Oh, that's fun. Okay, choose an epic item or another wasted hero or a random epic. No, we need the items. Items. I need items. Warrior's Glyph, no. Crown of Patience. Oh, come on, man. Where's... The holder stall ability triggers 12 seconds sooner. Does he have a stall ability? After stall 25 and 50, permanently gain defense. Sure. I needed an offense item, though. I could put this on Sal, I guess. It's this on Sal, or take a tank item and move it off somebody else. Oh, I guess there's the item you were talking about, that if they're alone, triple this item's stats, but eh. I guess I do have 2 of them. Oh, well. Doesn't Butterfly Lady cast off stall? Butterfly Lady. After stall. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. You're right. We'll put that there. Okay. Here we go.
With me.
Slow it down.
Yeah, like these burn. I think these are like burn and frost numbers, but like those should definitely be smaller. But whoa. Okay. The perma stack and be stacking. We're at 900 AP, 600 attacks. Perma stacking. Let's go.
Stay back.
With me. With me.
I don't know. We're doing all right. Someone had a good thing, by the way. This looks fun, but on just demo, I don't want to get addicted. Yeah, that's actually the thing that, like, again, since I'm like part indie dev now or whatever, Like, so many people want to get their demos out there, and I don't know, man. I always feel the opposite. Like, at least with my game, I'm like, I want to keep it till it's done, but it also depends on the size and the business structure, and I don't know. I am definitely not the expert in the space. I'm still learning about it, and that could just be the Nintendo in me.
With me.
Whew! We got some damage.
Stay back.
The thing is, they keep killing that tank, but never the other tank. The other tank's not even getting close to death, so... Rare relic, S-rank hero, get a random epic relic. Well, I don't like random here, so... I think there is a time from launch window where it's appropriate to launch a demo. Yeah, but even then, you could, like, turn people off of the game. I don't know. All right, chat, are we high rolling or are we picking? High rolling? All right. All right. Let's see if the Mort Dog luck can continue. Let's see. Whenever a mage... It worked. It worked. Whenever a mage casts, they deal damage to the lowest health enemy equal to 300% of their magic. It's a good thing I have a lot of magic. You know? Wait, so whenever... Okay, so hang on. Let's do the math on that. Whenever this mage, who has 1,150 casts, you deal 300% of that, so 3,300 damage. But these things have 17,000? That's not really that good. I mean, she doesn't have that much AP. That doesn't seem that good, actually. That actually seems a little weak. At least relative to what I need to do. Well, let's find out. Is this where I died last time? I don't know. Need the stall item on the butterfly lady? Hang on, why? After stall, gain 50% magic. After stall, after stall. Okay, you're totally right. You're totally right. We'll move this one over here. I'm trying to give them both a little something, but you're right. That should go here. All right, let's go. What was that? All right. All right. I guess I lame. Lame, but whatever. We moved up another bunch of spaces. See, and stuff like that's going to feel bad, right? Where it's like, was I supposed to know not to clump? I don't know. I guess I should have learned it. My bad. My bad. So. Now you know? I know. But learning with now you know an hour into your run can be a little sad. Oh well. Oh, that's fun. Like I said, there's definitely something there. I would still reiterate that the biggest challenge is just making sure people can get to the fun. Which is how I feel about a lot of these like indie deck builder kind of games. Like I said, Monster Train is the best comparison. Where it's like Monster Train was a lot of fun as well, but like there's just so much going on. It's so hard to learn. The run said it lasted 13 minutes though. No. That's just your score of how many endless things you got. Plus the 4 from the thing. But don't worry, guys. I got a boss token. Woohoo! Bundle your starting hero with a powerful bonus. All right, let me at least look what that is. I want to see what that is. Earn 1 fewer shard per surviving hero at the end of combat. Sure, that's fine. I mean, Darius looks pretty cool here. Get an item. Oh, so this is... I assume this thing down here is the boss thing. Gain a random rare relic. Gain 1 extra shard per surviving hero of combat. So that literally is just the opposite of the other one. Gain an item which benefits tanks. Start with 5 fewer shards. Okay. Cool. Anyway. I'm going to wait. What's this? Remaining boss tokens can be used to reroll all 3 bundles at once. Okay. Well, we're gonna quit. That's cool though. That was cool. All right, switching views here. Thanks for playing it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Hopefully anything I said was useful. hopefully at least one thing I said throughout those 2 hours was useful. If not, I'm sorry. So, cool. Yeah, that's that game. And again, that wasn't like a sponsorship or anything. That was just me doing it. All right. Pizza loaded. Great. Why was there an organ-shaped logo on the screen? Oh, that's not a... No. That's, I think that's the Starforge PC thing. So, but yes, I think they've gotten that feedback before. Got me hooked to see what's next for sure. Cool. Cool. Okay, there was one more thing I wanted to do today, which was I wanted to see... someone had mentioned... I'm going to get his last name wrong, but Jason Schreier? Yeah, Jason Schreier has these videos that seem like they'd be good reacts. So I figured I would watch one of them. Have you played Relic or Area? I have not yet. I have not. I guess it's a question of what do we want to hear about? Why big game companies don't make small games? Making indie games is a lot like buying a lottery ticket. The real reason E3 died? Why video games cost so much to make? So, have you watched the Game Balance Isn't Real video? Yeah, that one's good. Whatever stings to your heart. All right, we're going to do this one then. We'll do this one. Let me pause this, switch to this, and click this.
Hello, One Take Schreier here, and this video is sponsored by Raid Shadow. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody would pay the $10 million fee, so this video is sponsored by
Raid
nobody.
Shadow Legends.
Today we're going to talk about big video game companies and why it
I worked
seems
for those.
to be so difficult for them to make smaller scale games. I've seen a sentiment out there of people asking, hey, why doesn't this big publisher, Activision or Xbox or EA or whoever, why don't they just greenlight, instead of making these big $500 million projects, why don't they take that $500 million and greenlight $501 million games?
So I'm gonna shortcut him and see if I can guess his answer, but because the actual answer is really, really simple, which is companies want to chase after a high revenue potential when they get that big. They're looking for something not to make a small profit. They're looking for something to make a large profit. They're looking for it to be Fortnite. They're looking for it to be Genshin Impact. They're looking for it to be the big thing. That's it. It's really that simple. So if this answers anything but that, we'll find out.
And assume that a bunch of them will fail, but then maybe a couple of them will become the next big viral hit, the next Mecha Chameleon or Balatro or Peak or whatever it is, and make them a...
Oh, so the theory... Well, so that's more the Nintendo theory, right? Because like that's essentially what Nintendo does, is they make a bunch of smaller titles, use those smaller titles to create franchises, and then when the franchise gets big, which I do like that model... It's just a model that requires a long time, and a lot of, especially Western developers, are looking for, how do I get it quick, right? Like, you look at investment money, and it's like, well, how do I get this big return quick? I don't want to build a game studio that's 20 or 30 years from now, whereas Nintendo's a much more Japanese traditional company. So that's just about, like, how do you get your quick return? And what he's describing is very, very slow.
Bunch of money. And so I wanted to talk through why that doesn't happen. And there are a few reasons, but I want to start off with a story, and this is a good one.
Yay, stories.
A lot of this is
I love stories.
in my book Play Nice: The Rise, Fall, and Future of Blizzard Entertainment, but I'll tell you kind of the short versions. But read the book if you want more color and stuff. So back in the day, there's this company called Blizzard Entertainment, and throughout the 90s and
Back
early
in the
2000s, they were releasing new games every couple of years. New games in franchises like Warcraft and Starcraft and Diablo. And all those games hit. All those games are critically acclaimed, massively successful. Blizzard became this huge powerhouse. And then in 2004, they released an online game called World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft, when they launched it, they had this ambitious goal of reaching 1 million players within their first year, because EverQuest, which was a game that they had based a lot of World of Warcraft on, and that was the most popular MMO at the time, EverQuest had 500,000 players. So they were like, we're going to beat EverQuest. We're going to double their player base within a year. Which within a year they had...
Which that already, by the way, is an ambitious goal, right? If you're like, what's the top game in my genre? I'm going to double the top game in my genre's player base, right? Like that is a lofty goal and pretty like not conceited, but like frankly, it's like if that's your goal, you're like you better damn well be right, you know? Like imagine, and I think this is like imagine this playbook for something like a battle royale now. You're like, we're gonna double Fortnite's player base. Like that sounds insane, right? Now you could take a more niche genre. Like, I don't know, paint simulator, or what's the power washing simulator. You're like, we're going to double power washing simulator's player base. Okay, maybe that's doable. But double Fortnite, that's scary. So
5 million players. So to say World of Warcraft was a success might be underplaying a little bit. World of Warcraft was a smash hit. It was a cultural phenomenon. Celebrities play it. It led to an episode of South Park. By its peak, it had something like 12 million subscribers, all paying a monthly fee to play it. And it really transformed Blizzard. It turned them from a company that was releasing new games every few years into a live service company,
well, and and again, this goes back to the math, right? Think about it this way. If you sell a game for $60, right? Like let's take Elden Ring, and you sell 10 million copies, which is a massive success, and you sell it for $60, great. You made, $600 million. Awesome. Smashing success. Now compare that to World of Warcraft, where you're selling the game for $40. You have 12 million players, but also you're getting, $15 a month from those players over and over and over. Right? Like you're making billions, and like that's what they're after here. It's go after the billions. And that's why I keep referencing like the Fortnite, the Genshin, the stuff like that like not only does it make that initial money, it just continues the money. So, and that's why, someone just said gacha games are all yearning to be the Genshin killer. Yes, because Genshin just it's like the money flow. It doesn't stop. And that was a big change for the games industry when realizing that games could go from one-time money drop to constant stream of money.
Company that was just kind of dedicated to maintaining and creating new things for this one big game. And what happened was they expanded the company a great deal to account for it. They hired community managers and customer service and all these content
when
designers.
You're making 180 million a month,
stuff.
You can do that.
And also they, for a long time, they essentially put pause on their other projects, on StarCraft 2 and Diablo 3 at the time, so that those people could come help out with World of Warcraft. It became like this vacuum, this black hole that just kind of sucked up everybody in the company.
Because again, let's say you release a new StarCraft, best case scenario, it makes 500 million. Great, but why do that when you could just keep that World of Warcraft money faucet flowing, right? It's really, again, the risk and the cost versus the potential income. And when you have a successful live service game, how do you beat that? So,
because it was making so much money and it was such a success that they needed to keep supporting it. And then as time went on, they were able to continue working on some of those other projects like StarCraft 2 and Diablo 3, in part because they were part of big franchises. And then at the same time, some people within Blizzard wanted to do incubation and start new things. And there was this one small team of people led by a few people, led by a designer named Eric Dodds and kind of a producer named Ray Gresco and another designer named Ben Brode that started working on this card game.
And this is another challenge too, is that So let's say you do make your Genshin Impact, right? Your live service game that's a faucet. The other challenge is that generally the people who are in games development are creative people. And so telling someone who's a creative person, I want you to do the same thing now for 5 years, 10 years, that can be hard. Especially imagine if, and again, I'm going to keep using Genshin as the example, but like imagine if you'd worked on Genshin for 4 or 5 years, then it comes out, and then you're like, now keep doing more Genshin for another 5 or 6 years. That can be really draining on creative people that like wants to do a lot of different things. And so if those people go, oh, nope, actually I want to go do something else, like he's explaining, then you have to backfill and figure out people who like are going to work on a game. And I imagine right now, like World of Warcraft has to be one of the hardest projects to staff for, because it's like, hey, come work for our almost 20-year-old game at this point, and, you know, somehow make something new that hasn't been done in the last 20 years. And good luck, you know, like, holy, that has got to be a hard team to hire for.
And the story behind that card game, it's all in Play Nice. It's really interesting. But short version is they were working on this small little project.
Someone in chat says, how do they deal with that issue? That's the million-dollar question. I don't think the industry's really figured out yet, other than
it kind of spawned from
people who desperately need a job, but then you don't necessarily get the most passionate
trading
people.
card game, and then just turned into its own thing that they wound up designing with its own unique mechanics. And they ran into some problems. That game was put on pause as people were required elsewhere, but also from above them, there was a lot of pressure to cancel it, because you had people looking over, including Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision Blizzard, the parent company of Blizzard, looking over and saying, hey, why are you guys working on this tiny little like Warcraft trading card thing that nobody's going to care about, when you could have those people working on World of Warcraft? You have some of your top designers and engineers and stuff. Why are they working this little thing when they could?
Someone says, wouldn't the generations of gamers raised on WoW be eager to work on it? Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the thing too, is like getting some of the more junior people to work on this stuff is great. But when players demands, like imagine you're a player who's played WoW for a while and you're like, I want the next raid to be something so cool and something so new I've never seen before. And again, a lot of the players who play something like WoW have been playing it for a long time. They're super dedicated. They're super knowledgeable. And then you have like, so you hire like a 25-year-old who's like, oh, I played WoW for a couple years and doesn't really know nearly as much as the player base. And there almost becomes this like gap between how much the players know and how much the devs know. And I think we all know that players expect the devs to know more than they do. And as the game gets older, that gap gets wider and wider, and that becomes a problem as well. Running into the same issue with aerospace engineer design fields as well. Oh, interesting. The people want to make the newest thing, don't always want to deal with incremental projects. Yeah, interesting.
Be going and helping out with World of Warcraft, because that is a very clearly our success. That is our bread and butter. That is our money churning device, our golden goose. Why aren't we putting all of our resources on that? And so there were people within Blizzard who were able to protect it, namely Rob Parteau, who was a top designer.
But see, that right there, and that decision right there, it's such an interesting decision that you could break down for ages, right? Okay. You have this one game, World of Warcraft. It's making tons and tons and tons and tons of money, right? The business person in you screams, why are we not putting as much as possible into that game so that it can, you know, make as much money as possible? And that sounds like it makes sense, but what happens 5 or 10 years from now? Then you don't have other games. And as a game studio, players have an expectation of like new games. Otherwise, you just become the World of Warcraft company. And like, that's right there. It's like, there's almost like a dilemma there that like someone just has to make that decision, right? And right now, CEOs get to make that decision. It's like, do I want the short-term gain? Or am I like building, in this example, Blizzard out for 10 years, 20 years from now? And if we are, then we should probably have other games, even if that's a slightly less return, you know? And like, that's it's a very business decision that they get to make, you know,
at the time. And he fought them off. And there was this crazy moment where like, they'd been working on the game for like 4 years. Ben Brode told me this story. He was like, we've been working on this game for 4 years.
4 years.
And we had this build ready and we showed it to these these people at the company, these executives, and they all played it and they play tested it and they really liked it. And then Rob Pardo comes in and he tells us, congratulations, you guys just passed your green light. You're not going to get canceled. And he's like, passed our green light? Like, we've been working on this thing for 4 years. We're not going to get canceled? What? But anyway, there was all this pressure on them to cancel that game. And of course, if they had canceled it, they would have never released Hearthstone, which became its own money printer and billion-dollar franchise. And Bobby Kotick wound up very pleased that Hearthstone existed. But if it were up to him, it would have been canceled. And there are some there's some logically sound reasons from that from an executive point of view, because from an executive's point of view at a publicly traded company, their job is to deliver growth, and their job is to get that share price up.
Short-term growth, not necessarily long-term growth. And that's the challenge right there, right? He's saying it's like logically sound, but really it is just about like that short-term growth. So
and one way to do that is to make sure that with the resources you have, you are investing it in a smart way. And so for someone like Bobby Kotick, who sees something like World of Warcraft, and in his mind, that game is not growing as much as it could. It's got a lot of potential. Could be.
The infinite
he was
line.
always talking about having expansions every single year. Instead, the cadence was more like 2 years, every 2 years for a new.
That's the other thing that I will. It's a business school of thought thing, but it's like, you get big and there's always somebody to go, but why not bigger? Why not bigger? And it's like, how about we just like, and again, I'm going to keep using the World of Warcraft example because that's what he's talking about, but it's like, we're at 12 million players, biggest ever it's been, whatever. Someone's there going, but what about 14 million? What about 60? And you're like, or we could just be happy with what we got, man. Like, take the win. So, yeah.
New expansion. But in his mind, if you had taken these 15 people who are working on Hearthstone and put them on World of Warcraft, you could get that cadence back up, just like they do with Call of Duty to get those games out every year. I've told this story before. This is also from Play Nice, but Bobby Kotick was so kind of driven in this mindset of more frequent releases and just kind of delivering the players content
happy with
constantly.
What we've got is not very capitalist of you. True.
During one meeting about Guitar Hero, they delivered him this plan. They gave him this presentation. He was like, great. Yearly Guitar Hero is great, but you know what? I want a Guitar Hero every quarter, and then I want a Guitar Hero every single month. That was his idea of how.
Yeah, and how did Guitar Hero end up? Oh, right, over milked and dead.
And so what happens is, if you have these resources, they're limited. You can only distribute them so much. You want whatever is going to get you the highest profit margin. You want what is essentially a term that's used in business is called ROI, return on investment, which is essentially if I have $100 to spend, I don't want that $100 to turn into $105 potentially. I want that $100 to turn into $200 or $150. I want that investment to return significantly higher than just kind of those little scale margins. And so someone like Bobby Kotick would see this little card game and think, even if that turns a profit, there's no way it's going to become $1 billion franchise.
See, that's the part he's missing, though. The part where he just said, like, if you have $100, you want it to become 105. Or you want it to become 200, not 105. That's true. But that doesn't necessarily say why you don't make small games, right? Because if you can make a bunch of small games that double their money, then why not just do that? The problem is, imagine, I'm going to use smaller numbers here, but if you have $1,000, okay, and you make a small game that crushes it, and you get a 4x return, you get $4,000, which, sure, plus 3,000. Great, good job, you did it. 4x return, that's massive. But in these folks' eyes, it's not about percentage growth, it's flat growth. So by comparison, if you spend $5 million and make $5.1 million, well, your percent growth was nowhere near 4x, but you made $100,000, right? Like, that is much bigger. It's a much bigger total number. And so that's why these games end up in these like giant things, because if you make a small game, like imagine if you're a solo dev making a small indie game, the biggest possible return you can get is still a small number. And if your goal is $1 billion, well, the only way to get up to $1 billion is to spend $500,000 and hopefully double your money, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like the scale becomes the actual issue. That's why you don't make small games, because you're always looking for this big scale. So that's the big thing. And so you can be a small game in these people's eyes and quadruple your money. Not good enough.
it's just going to kind of sell a few copies and maybe make a little bit of money, but I would rather have those people working on this thing that will make a lot of money, because in this world of publicly traded companies,
I mean, stuff like, okay, this is an interesting one. Stuff like Spire, Minecraft, and indies that blow up are kind of the exception, right? The problem is the odds of that happening are so astronomically small that you can't make a bet on that. And so that's why they don't. And even then, if you look at something like Slay the Spire is still not a $1 billion game, right? Like Slay the Spire is amazing, but it's not that $1 billion level or 2 billion, you know, like some of like the Genshin impacts are of the world. And that's what they're after. And so even something like that. Now, again, there are exceptions, right? Like Minecraft, I think, is the number one exception for sure. But, you know, it's hard to justify saying, go spend a bunch of people to hopefully find the next Minecraft. You know, like that's just really hard to do. So, yeah.
And growth and just wanting those returns on investment, it is not efficient. It is not seen as efficient from this corporate level to put your money into that smaller project. Of course, I mean, when you do take the risk of doing that and put that kind of small, it was only 15 people, you put that small team on something, it could turn into the next Hearthstone. It could turn into something big. So by taking that conservative approach and just focusing on the thing with the highest profit
to some
margins,
extent, that is what Tencent does.
You are, of course, costing yourself the opportunity
that's what I say.
to
it's
potentially have this smash hit.
So that's a good point too. Someone was like, isn't that what Tencent does? And it's like, yeah, I think they do. But what that also means is it's like, it's very clear that not every company agrees, right? Like the thing we just said is like, you have this choice between putting all your money in that World of Warcraft or funding the Hearthstone. Every CEO and executive will make a different decision when it comes to that path. And some companies, you know, I think we see this with like Capcom, right? Like they're making lots of small games. So there are companies out there that are doing it, but for every Capcom, there might be a Activision, you know? And so like, it is one of those things that there isn't a universal answer for.
And actually get that lightning in a bottle that they got with Hearthstone. By the way, another interesting part of the Hearthstone story is that they created it, and there were some people on the team, including people I quote in the book, who were like, hey, this is a problem that this is so big, because now our team is just going to be dedicated to making new Hearthstone content and supporting Hearthstone for the rest of our lives, instead of taking this kind of this chemistry of this small team that really just created something wonderful together.
If you don't have a plan,
try to make something
for
else,
what happens when your game is ultra successful.
Now we're stuck on the service game that.
And I think this is what Fortnite went through, from what I hear, is that when you can have a success, right? Where it's like, congratulations, you sold 1 million copies, good job. But then you can have a smash success, right? And in like Fortnite's case, it was like smash success. And all of a sudden it's like, oh God, we can't even keep up, right? We talked about the money faucet earlier, how games like this can be the money faucet. And it's like, oh, the money faucet's turning, quick, we got to keep that money faucet going. And so all of a sudden it's like, throw everyone at it. This is where you can get like crazy burnout and stuff like that, because it's just like, you've got to keep up, right? You've got to make the content and make the output to keep up so that you don't lose momentum. And I think we've seen this in the industry as well, where like, as soon as you lose momentum, that faucet might turn off, right? And I'm sure some of you can think of a live service game that like had an initially really good start, but then, oh, there's no new content for 4 months, and all of a sudden they lose half their audience and stuff like that. So the one thing he doesn't talk about is the reputation that many companies want to build every day. Well, and that's the thing. Some people don't, like, especially in these positions, they don't necessarily care about the long-term reputation, right? Like, that's not a goal for them. The goal is the short-term gain and then bounce out, you know? And so, like, long-term reputation is not necessarily a goal for all of these types of people to think about it this way.
That is Hearthstone, and we have to continue to operate that forever. And so that actually led to some kind of displeasure among people who worked on that game. So anyway, so that is kind of one reason why a big company is not going to invest a lot in smaller games, because the ROI is seen as much bigger elsewhere. And in fact, look at what's happening to Xbox. We've been talking a lot about the Xbox cuts and the layoffs and some of the problems that have led to that. Yep. One of the reasons that Xbox became a target of Microsoft's scrutiny.
Well, and so this is actually where I'm in the like smaller camp thing. Is because now, so let's say you make that bet, right? Remember how we talked about the $1,000 bet and the $5 million bet, okay? If you make the $1,000 bet and you F up and the game doesn't sell nearly as well as it's supposed to, okay, yeah, you lost some money, but like not a catastrophic amount. And this is something that Nintendo did for the longest time. Like our goal was always, if you can sell a game that sells 1 million copies, awesome. That's what we want for you. That'll be profitable. We'll be good. And I worked on 8 games at NST, and I think 2 of them sold 1 million copies. One of them sold as low as I think it was like 50,000 copies. And it's like, yeah, that happens. But because it's a smaller bet, it's like, okay, that happens. Don't let it happen again. Keep working, you know? Whereas if you're on the $5 million bet, or in the actual case of some of these companies, $100 million bet, and it doesn't work out, well, guess what? Everyone's canned, you know? And trust me, I know someone in chat's gonna be like, well, even if you do well, you're gonna get canned. Well, especially if it's $100 million and you only made 80 or 100 million, you didn't get the 200 or 500, you're canned, right? Like, that's the scary thing about making these big bets, is that you make these big bets and when they fail, everyone's in trouble.
The profit margins at Xbox are so much lower than the profit margins at their software departments and
Dark Souls had pretty bad sales. Yeah, but from what I understand, Dark Souls was not an expensive game
what's
to make.
Going to happen there. There's
by comparison to like most of these big bets. It was more of a passion project with a smaller
pie in the sky thing.
A smaller
but you
budget.
look at something like Azure or like Microsoft Windows, and the profit margins are so much higher than there are at Xbox that there's a lot of scrutiny from above, being like, why are we investing all of this money into Xbox just for this? I believe Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox, said that their profit margins in the last fiscal year were 3%. Yep. So why are we investing all this stuff for 3% margins when we could be investing for 40% margins?
Well, and 3% margins is like, you know, because I'm not a finance bro. I'm actually very, very bad at finances. Not in like I blow my money, but like I just don't know how to invest. But the rule I always hear is like the basic minimum is 4%. If you're not making 4% on your money per year, you're like bad at finance, you know, and people so to only make 3% is like, oh God, you know, so
that is often the conversation at this board level, but there are other reasons too. And it's not just about ROI and margins. I think there's a lot of just kind of, explanations from these big companies, or kind of logical. They're thinking.
At that
they
point,
have
there's
some,
no reason
some
to be a company,
rationale behind not wanting to invest in these smaller projects, even if they could potentially turn into billion-dollar sellers. One is that, obviously, as I mentioned in a previous video, taking a game out, even and a small game out, and hoping it will become the next Balatro is kind of like signing up for a lottery ticket. Even in some of the best games aren't necessarily selling millions and millions of copies, but there are other reasons too. So if you're at a big company, if you're at a Take-Two or an EA, one of the things you see as your competitive advantage is your ability to spend a lot of money, which has turned into this arms race across all these companies as these budgets have exploded and turned into $300-400 million.
So that's an interesting theory, and it's a bad one, which is that, you know, like he mentions competitive advantage, right? Like Nintendo's competitive advantage is they're the best at making, you know, family, easily accessible games that anyone can play. Or, you know, Riot's competitive advantage is like competitive games that people can go really, really deep on. If a company perceives that their only competitive advantage over another game company is that we have the most money to spend, oh, you are going to make some bad games and bad decisions, because you're like, we have to lean into that being our advantage, right? Like the way I understood it during like some of the Halo days was like Microsoft's competitive advantage was like their tech. They can make, you know, Halo 1 and Halo 2 look really, really good. And that makes sense. But like, God, if your competitive advantage is money,
productions,
I would not want to work there.
These companies see that as their big advantage, because the reason that a Take-Two can keep operating and keep pleasing shareholders and keep employing thousands of people and keep selling games for $70 or now $80 is because they have the capability to throw so much money at a game that it winds up being this vast open world with incredible graphics and ideally the best possible design, although we all know that's not always the case. But like in theory, at least, we're talking theoretically here, the big companies have so much money that they can outspend the competition, which is why you're not going to see like some indie garage studio make the next Grand Theft Auto, because it is not capable of of creating a world that looks like that has
Sure,
that much
and for
stuff
a couple
in it
exceptions,
that is
like a
that
Grand Theft Auto,
impeccably
sure,
designed,
but like
meticulously designed,
maybe
because it
2 or
just
3
doesn't have
companies can do that.
the
Maybe.
however many dollars, who knows how much money has been spent on this new GTA. Is it billions? Maybe we'll find out in the
Someone says, I'm starting to realize the games industry theories Mort is talking about can translate to any industry in the corporate world. Yes. And that's actually one of the biggest things right now is that, you know, a company like Nintendo was always sort of like, we're just this gaming studio. And a lot of the criticism Nintendo got in the like 97 to 2009 era, like pre-Wii era, was like Nintendo as a business just doesn't get it, right? As a corporate entity, they are bad at their jobs because they're not maximizing profits here. They're not doing this. Like Iwata was not considered a big businessman, but that wasn't their goal, right? Their goal was just, we make good games and whatever happens, happens, and it's fine. But for a lot of people, it's like, no, we're looking at the games industry as a business, just like you would any other corporate business. And when that becomes like your methodology, you don't necessarily make the best games because what you're doing is maximizing the business, not necessarily the game or the product that you're trying to make. So, and it comes with pros and cons, right? Like Nintendo is always, someone just said 5 years late to any trend. True. That is absolutely true because they're just bad. But yeah, Nintendo also holds 15 billion in cash reserves for funsies. Yup. So, yeah.
In the coming future, but I'd love to know the exact budget for GTA 6, especially after 2 major delays and thousands of people working on that game. But anyway, so they see it as their competitive advantage. EA comes along and they have a new game and it draws people's attention because it is expensive, because it looks good, because it has this kind of weighty feel to it. It has a marketing budget. And by the way, speaking of marketing budgets, if you're like within a company like EA and you have a big project, the next
Someone asks, how do studios maintain realistic player expectations when the competition has thousands of hours worth of content? And this is where I think you're seeing indie devs take the Nintendo approach, which is you don't compete, right? The person who made Balatro or Slay the Spire or Hollow Knight or whatever, they're not trying to compete with Grand Theft Auto because they're not insane, right? Like, and again, I'll use my game as an example. Like, my game is not competing with Grand Theft Auto. My game, I have a very aspirational goal of 20,000 copies sold. If I can do that, mission accomplished, right? And like, if you get lucky, great, you do better than that, right? And you be like, I think there's been a couple of things out there where the Balatro guy was like, I was surprised anyone even played my game. I was just kind of making it for fun. You know, you just can't compete. I think it's more like the Ubisoft that are like trying to make the Assassin's Creeds that have to compete with Grand Theft Auto. You know, Balatro's goal was 6 copies. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, sometimes you just have to like not compete, play in your own zone. And then when it works out, roll with the punches, right? And again, using myself as the example, like if the game sells 1 million copies, which it won't, but let's say it did, then it's like, oh, all of a sudden now I'm in conversations I didn't plan for, like franchises and whatever and merch and whatever, you know, like then you deal with it, but you can't plan for that.
I don't know, what does EA make? They're making an Iron Man game, the new big Iron Man game, or the next Battlefield, let's say. And then you're a smaller project, like some small. EA actually
Didn't
has
Kojima have a
couple
quote about
of
Death
small
Stranding 2 that the
projects
test
every now
audience
and then.
liked it too much,
but you're
which means
some
he wasn't
small
being
indie
innovative
project
enough?
that is like
Probably.
within the EA organization.
That sounds right.
You guys are competing for some of the same resources within EA. You're competing for support teams. You're competing for, I don't know, engine support from the Frostbite team. You're competing for marketing budgets, like I mentioned. And so I think chances are, if you're the bigger team, you're going to win a lot of those battles. And so a smaller team, even within a big company, can also get kind of muscled out and not have the same chances of success.
Well, but this is where things are changing, right? If you go backwards to like 10, 15 years ago, a giant marketing budget could carry you a long way, right? Like the Halo 3 days, the marketing budget on Halo 3 was like insane, and Halo sold many, many copies, and it was great. But consumers now, the way they ingest marketing has changed a lot. And not to beat a dead horse, but I think if you look at a game like Concord, which had a very amazing marketing budget, didn't matter, right? Because the product was not perceived as good, things were rough, and like people are wised up to that, you know? And so you can do a lot of good without needing these like giant marketing budgets and things like that. So in that regard, that's a bit of like an old thought pattern. So Yeah, mass marketing is not nearly as important nowadays.
As a small team that's like maybe on its own, or like finds an indie publisher to support it that knows how to market that kind of game. So that's a whole nother
Yeah,
factor
Cyberpunk's
as
a good
well.
example where the marketing was hype, but the game release
the other
was not
thing that
what
I
it needed to
think
be.
is worth noting here is engagement. Engagement has become a really big buzzword in recent years. This
That's
idea
because engagement
that
is just how much the
you don't just
faucet
want
can
players to spend money on your
spit out
game.
money.
You want them engaged. You want them spending time in it. In fact, Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox, she has said that her kind of North Star, her metric that she is going for is daily active users. It's not money. It's not sales units. It is daily active users.
Oh, that's such a weird I mean, it can be a good metric if you're doing like a live service game. Jaden Meister, drink Pepsi. Cheers. Cheers. Daily active users can be a good metric, but it's also the kind of metric that can be cheated. So, for example, like daily login bonuses can get you a very high daily active user base, but they're not necessarily engaged, right? Is that relating to hours played, right? And then also, some games, that's not their goal, right? Elden Ring, for example, probably has a low daily active user base now, but that's fine for an ecosystem. And that's, like I said, all of this translates into your daily active user base is just how much can that money faucet keep going? So interesting. Yeah, I don't necessarily love that metric.
This idea of like people being engaged with the stuff that you make on a daily basis. And the reason for that is because engagement is basically like a metric that, not guaranteed, but the metric that is...
There's no metric that can't be cheated, though. I mean, sure, I'll give you a fake example of a metric, but let's say you were looking at a game like TFT, and you could say like hours played in game. Well, at least with TFT, you could count the time where they're actually in game versus outside the client or in the waiting room. And if you looked at that as like hours played, that could be an example of a metric that's like pretty hard to cheat. And yeah, you're going to have some AFKs and botters, but like generally that's a pretty reliable metric of like, wow, people are playing the game, or, you know, so it'd be an example like that. I remember Tanner complaining that TFT had a bad daily active user count in China, but that doesn't really translate to success. I mean, like I said, it's a metric, you know.
Is closest to guaranteed in terms of success of a product. Because if you have people engaged in your game, they are talking about it, they are telling their friends about it, they're tweeting about it, they are, I don't know, showing up in friends list as like playing that game, they are streaming it or watching people play it on Twitch, and it contributes to this feeling that that game is everywhere. And I think something that I have personally seen, just because I've been on the kind of my own marketing tour with when I'm putting out a new book and I want people to check it out, is that I think
people
that
like your comment on that video, on the Walk the Dog video.
Most effective way that you could market something, the most effective way you can get it in someone's head is by making them feel like it's everywhere, making them feel like they can't avoid it. Not necessarily in a cynical way, and I don't mean to say that as like a negative thing necessarily.
Someone said, I noticed that many ex-writers who made indie studios and released titles, and sadly all of them flopped. Example, Supervive and Omega Strikers. Yeah, and I think that's an example right now where, you know, trying to make a live service game means you're going after those bigger bets. You know, you're looking for that big long-term faucet return, and that's harder to do right now. It's really hard to do. But if you can do it, right, like let's pretend for a minute, like, you know, Supervive was like a big success and had like 200,000 players, then the money train keeps going and you're set for a while, right? And so like that's the bet you're making. So it can have a big payoff, but when it doesn't, then you're in trouble, you know.
Necessarily, but like essentially if you think about the things you check out, the things you buy, the things you read, the things you watch, oftentimes it's because you have seen it in a couple different places.
Where I told you
maybe
my goal was
in a group chat
20,000
mentioned
copies,
this
and
game
that's
that
it.
they're playing,
It's a
and then
low,
maybe also you saw an IGN article that was like, wow, this game is awesome. And then maybe you saw it on your Steam friends list, and by the time that hits critical mass 3, 4, 5 times in your kind of over the course of a certain amount of time for you, you might be like, all right, I got to check this thing out, at least check out a trailer, if not download the demo or buy the game. And so if you have that engagement, then that is going to lead to success a lot of the time. And if you are making smaller games, maybe a smaller scale game, maybe a game that's a little bit cheaper to make and therefore has less content in it, you are kind of lowering that amount of engagement by nature, as opposed to something where people will just keep playing it
Well, but
over
that's a
and over
self-fulfilling
again.
prophecy,
and this
right?
is
Like-
this is one of the many reasons, as I mentioned in a previous video, that live service games are ubiquitous, is because they really have mastered that art of keeping people engaged. And so a lot of times
that's
that will
just a
just kind of
simplistic way to look at
mushroom
humans'
into
time.
more
It's like,
success.
we have to
because
keep
the
them
more
engaged
people are engaged
constantly.
in a game, the more it will just kind of be distributed throughout. And that's actually, it also helps explain why something like Concord happened. And with Concord,
how can you break into the live service market? The most recent example I can think of is Marvel Rivals. So the prevailing theory right now in the industry is that like you almost can't. That live service, like anyone who is willing to play a live service game is already in the live service game of their choice and they're committed to it, or they're in ecosystems like Roblox where there's just so much variety there that you can't really compete to that. And the one, exception so far in the last like 5 years is Marvel Rivals, which had two things going for it. One is it had probably the biggest IP in the world and did that really well. Marvel is an insane IP and it got people interested in it. And then two, they sort of cheated the gameplay by like, it's Overwatch, it's Overwatch with different pictures and stuff like that. But like, great. So people were like, hey, remember that 2016 Overwatch you really, really loved? Here's another one, come back. And so what you basically got was the Overwatch audience that already existed with a cool IP. And so like, in a way, they sort of like cheated at the system, not in a bad way, but like they were smart about it and found a business opportunity there, and like, I'm trying to think of a really good example, but like hypothetically, if you could make a Minecraft clone that had a really strong IP and felt like, 2019 Minecraft, maybe there'd be a way to break into that, but that seems to be one new tactic that could work. So,
I believe that it was pretty clear when that game actually came out that it was going to be a failure, and then it was pulled from stores after like 2 weeks. And the reason for that is because they never had that kind of that baseline of engagement among players that would help drive it to success. You need that baseline in order to have any chance at finding success with a live service game. So in other
Street
words,
Fighter 6
a
is
lot of
doing well in
times
Japan.
game
Well, I mean,
companies
Street
might look
Fighter's
at smaller
kind of the king of
games,
that
shorter
genre.
games, kind of more experimental games, and be like, the engagement levels of this are just not even, the juice is not worth the squeeze. I'm not going to get a lot out of it.
Yep.
I don't know if this is really a sound strategy because, as I mentioned, if you are kind of only pursuing the biggest things, the most successful potential projects, the games with the highest ROI, you are potentially costing yourself the next Hearthstone. And like, I think that there are companies out there. Blizzard is one. I mean, Bungie is another one where a few years ago they were incubating all these projects, and one of their kind of
And then they went
their
all in on Marathon.
mandates
Yeah.
or their directives was like, we only want to make games that are these like that could be billion-dollar
Yeah.
franchises. And I think when you take that stance, when you
Power
have
World
that
is live service?
philosophy,
No, Power World's not
you are
really
potentially
live
costing
service.
yourself from making the, or preventing yourself from making the next Hearthstone, and costing yourself $1 billion game because you don't think it looks like $1 billion game. And as we've all seen by now,
Power
the
World's multiplayer
Balatros of
online,
the
but not
world
live
come out
service.
of nowhere and can turn into these mega hits, despite the fact that nobody in the world would have possibly greenlit them. Could you imagine any of these companies like making a game that is this just like rudimentary looking card game with kind of amateur-ish art that like combines rogue?
Well, and I think, to Riot's credit, I think one of the examples here is like TFT, right? Like TFT was a small game, small incubation game made by a small team, made in like 6 months, and they did really well, So I think that was kind of a big thing. So, sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, let's keep going.
Roguelikes with poker mechanics, like, no, not in 1,000 years. And I imagine there's some publishers out there that decline to work with Balatro over the years, and or games like it, and I am sure, I am very confident that there are all sorts of prototypes that big game publishers have not greenlit, or games that they have just not decided to pursue or proceed with because they didn't think that those games could justify the ROI. And if they actually had, they would have justified it and then some. So it's a very short-sighted approach, I think, but there is logic and rationale behind it. And for the
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you just said, right? It's short-sighted, but like that's their goal, right? It's like, again, if your goal is not necessarily caring about where the company is in 10 years or 20 years, all you want is like the quickest returns now, it is the right strategy. It's just an incredibly risky, bold one that then affects everyone else when it doesn't work, right? And you know, for every fail, like again, I'll use Concord as the example just because it's a well-known failure case. Like, yeah, everyone who worked on Concord took a massive punishment, lost their job and whatever. Did everyone who greenlight it really suffer? Probably not, actually. It's just like, well, it's not a bet that really worked out. So, yeah.
these game companies, which have to operate very conservatively, especially these days when budgets have gotten so big and the sales threshold for breaking even, letting alone making a profit, has gotten so high, there's even less of a reason for these companies to take risks. Is there a world when where a company could take that $100 million and instead of making one big game, make 100 smaller games and see if any of them hit? Maybe. I don't know. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see that experiment happen, but I don't know how many investors are willing to put up the $100 million to try it out, to try that experiment out. All right, that is that for this episode of Schreier, One Take Schreier. We'll be back soon. I'll see you all next time.
All right, there you go. So cool video, and yeah, interesting topic, but yeah, it really, like I said at the beginning, it really just comes down to maximizing the potential return. Small games don't necessarily do that. Using my game as the like example of like the world's smallest risk, it's like the best case scenario for my game is, you know, not really that much money, whereas something like a Silk Song, it's like no, they know what their best case is, and it's like medium. And then there's the I want to be the next Genshin Impact, which might cost you 200 million to make, but if you can make it, you're making $1 billion a year. And so that's kind of the shtick of it. So cool video. Yeah, and like I said, these should be good topics. So cool. All right. Well, hopefully this is something that like was interesting to you. This is, like I said, at least on like weekdays and stuff like this is kind of what I'm thinking for my stream, at least in the short term, is like play some games, talk about some topics, learn about the industry. And that'll be kind of the thing for a while until I figure out some more. So, yo, Falcon Raider, appreciate the 51 months. So, how are people spending billions a month on gacha games? I do not understand. Dude, the people who love those, they love them, right? Like, there's something about the basic dopamine of just like number go up, collect thing. Like, actually, let me rephrase that differently. I think we know that a lot of people have that, whatever you want to call it, in their brain that makes them want to collect and hoard things, right? And gacha is just an extension of that in gaming, where it's like you want to collect all the things. There's the gambling aspect, sure, of like the chance on hit, but like there's the collection aspect as well. And like people want to build their collections, and then when they're in there, they want to keep that collection going. They don't want to lose it. And like, yeah, it's a lot of that like just normal grind, collect, repeat that feels good. And the gameplay doesn't necessarily matter, right? A gacha wrapper can almost work on any level of gameplay. And as long as you get those people who are collecting, then you're good to go and they'll stay. I mean, CCGs aren't that different, so yeah. Cool. Look at the amount of Ari collectors. True, there are a lot of Ari collectors. Okay, cool. It's been 4 hours. My wife brought home dinner. I'm probably going to end it here. But like I said, this is what I'll be doing when I have random time, is just streams like this. Play a game, talk a little bit, and have some fun. So, cool. This is where I do that awkward thing where it's like, find somebody to raid. And then I will get out of your guys' hair. But I should be back on Saturday, because I do want to kind of get my weekend slot back, especially for the EU people. So that's kind of my goal. But yeah. Okay. Until next time. Take it easy.
Oh.